Chapter 1879. Aboard the starship. Not only were Shen Tu and the others present, but so were the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. Hua Yumeng, Xia Jingwu, Yao Qing, Hai Tang, Gao Hong, and the others were all looking at Yang Kai, their eyes filled with worry for Yang Kai and confusion. These people had always lived on Purple Star's cultivation star, and although they had not joined Purple Star, they could be regarded as half a Purple Star cultivator. Now that they were suddenly forced to flee Purple Star, never to return in the future, they had no idea what to do in the future. However, they knew that after Yang Kai made such a ruckus on Purple Star, there was no longer a place for them on the planet. If they did not leave, only death awaited them. In addition to the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Li Nua of Clear Sky Auction House, and the beautiful woman named Aunt Chun were also aboard the starship, as well as some of the cultivator from Clear Sky Auction House. At this moment, Li Nua and Aunt Chun were looking at Yang Kai with gratitude on their faces. The reason was very simple. Clear Sky Auction House was originally a spy planted by Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce on Purple Star. After Yang Kai accidentally discovered that Shen Tu had been imprisoned, Shen Tu had asked him to pass on a message to Li Nua. After such a ruckus, Clear Sky Auction House could no longer establish a foothold on Purple Star. So Yang Kai had asked Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, Li Nua, Aunt Chun, and the others to prepare to leave Purple Star as soon as Shen Tu escaped. The arrangements were appropriate, and the plan was extremely smooth. Everything was dependent on Yang Kai's endless trump cards and his own powerful combat power. President Hua, let me introduce you. This is the son of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president Shen Tu. Yang Kai chuckled and pointed to Shen Tu and Hua Yumeng. Hua Yumeng was startled when she heard this, and was extremely surprised. Seemingly not having expected that the man who had just fled into the starship would have such a great background, Xia Jingwu and the others were also shocked as they stared at Shen Tu's day. Shen Tu grinned and said freely, "Since you are Big Brother Yang's friends, you will be this Shen Tu's friends from now on." "I was waiting for you to say that." Yang Kai smiled and said, "President Hua and the others were implicated by me this time, and had no choice but to leave Purple Star. For the time being, there is no suitable place for them to go. If it is convenient for Brother Shen Tu, would you mind taking care of them on Water Moon Star?" "What's so difficult about that?" Shen Tu patted his chest confidently. "I now have a fief of 1,000,000 square kilometers on Water Moon Star. There are 7 cities, big and small. If you don't mind, why don't you follow me to the fief and become the general manager of the Chamber of Commerce? He handles many trade matters." 1,000,000 miles of fiefdom, 7 cities. General manager of the Chamber of Commerce? Everyone from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce was stunned. All of them opened their mouths wide. He could hardly believe his ears. Before their Five Paths Chamber of Commerce met Yang Kai, they were just a small, unknown Chamber of Commerce. There were countless existences like Five Paths Chamber of Commerce in Purple Star City. Such a Chamber of Commerce could only struggle at the lowest level, and no one knew when it would disband. But now, with just a few words from Shen Tu, they could reach the peak and taste a goal that they had struggled for thousands of years to achieve. Coupled with this advantage, and the more than 200 million Saint crystals in Hua Yumeng's hands, it would be difficult for Five Paths Chamber of Commerce not to soar. Is this appropriate?" Hua Yumeng blushed with excitement as she stared at Yang Kai expectantly. "What's inappropriate about it?" Shen Tu laughed. "My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is based on commerce, and there are more large and small chambers of commerce on Water Moon Star than in Purple Star City. Since all of you are members of the Chamber of Commerce, your original intentions coincide with my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's. By leaving this place to you, I can worry less, and will have to rely on all of you in the future." Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng with a smile and said, "Since Brother Shen Tu has said so, President Hua should not refuse." Hua Yumeng still looked like she was dreaming, a look of longing for a better future on her face, not replying for a long time until Xia Jingwu lightly coughed, and she bowed gratefully. "Many thanks, second young master." Shen Tu waved his hand and said, "President Hua is too polite. Everyone will be family in the future. There's no need to be so distant. Li Nua stepped forward, took Hua Yumeng's arm, and said affectionately, Elder sister Hua, younger sister will also work in second young master's territory in the future. Please take care of her. Little sister must be joking. Elder sister should be the one saying such things. Inside the starship, everyone was either experiencing the joy of escaping from certain death, or looking forward to the beautiful scenery of tomorrow. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. Yang Kai frowned as he glanced back and snorted lightly. It seems Purple Star hasn't given up yet. Shen Tu's face changed. What happened? 10 starships are chasing after us. All of them Origin Grade high rank, and the one leading them is Origin King Grade. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's expression changed drastically. Origin King Grade starships were rare existences no matter where they were placed. Even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce only had a few, and Purple Star was no exception. It was not difficult to guess that the person leading this Origin King Grade starship was undoubtedly Kuang Shizong. Although the starship of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was an Origin Grade high-rank starship, if it were to fight in the star field, whether it was in terms of speed or firepower, it would be far inferior to the enemy and would likely be blown to pieces in a single confrontation. The enemy's single Origin King Grade starship alone was enough to kill them, not to mention the other 9 Origin Grade high-rank starships. This was almost certain death. What should we do? Run! We can't escape. The enemy's Origin King Grade starship is faster than us. It's better to fight. Everyone started talking at the same time. Everyone was deeply worried. Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully for a moment before suddenly laughing. Everyone, don't worry, with Brother Yang here. What is there to worry about? Brother Yang was able to bring us out of Purple Star City, so now that we're in the star field, where the sea is wide and the sky is wide, how could Purple Star possibly stop him? Hearing this, everyone's panic suddenly calmed down, and they all turned to look at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was indeed not alarmed or afraid, with a calm expression on his face, everyone immediately knew that he definitely had a way to get rid of the pursuit, so they immediately calmed down and looked at him with eager eyes, their faces full of expectation. Brother Shen Tu seems to think highly of me. Yang Kai laughed and didn't try to keep them in suspense, nodding. Good. Since Brother Shen Tu has said so, I will naturally ensure everyone's safety. Leave the outside matters to me. You can just continue forward. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was standing on top of the starship. Looking back, Yang Kai could clearly see 10 starships chasing after him. Each of these starships was incredibly fast, and the Origin King Grade starship at the front was like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, rapidly closing the distance between them. After 10 breaths of time, the distance had been halved, and after a while, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship entered the bombardment range of Purple Star's Origin King Grade starship. Kuang Shizong's roar came from the other side. Boy, leave behind everything you obtained from my Purple Star vault. Otherwise this old master will fight you to the death today. Kuang Shizong's voice rolled like thunder, demonstrating his anger. Yang Kai smiled lightly and said calmly, There is no need for Senior to be so stingy. Purple Star is a big force, and the things in that vault are of no use to you, so I'll take them first and return them to you later. Easy for you to say. If you return them to this old master now, this old master will pretend nothing happened and let you leave. Otherwise, even if you can escape, everyone in that starship will be buried in Star Field. If Senior says so, then there is no room for discussion. Yang Kai spread his hands. I am not going to return anything that has been handed to me, but if Senior insists on being stubborn, I will be happy to teach Senior an unforgettable lesson. Arrogant. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are proficient in the Tao of space. This star field is so big that there are countless capable people. How can a frog at the bottom of a well like you see the whole picture? This old master will give you one last chance. Will you return it or not? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Senior, I will also give you one last chance. Don't chase after me anymore, or you may not be able to afford the consequences. Good. Little brat, you've insulted this old master again and again. Today, this old master will teach you how to behave. Kuang Shizong roared angrily as hundreds of crystal cannons suddenly appeared around the Origin King Grade starship, each of which flashed with complex patterns. A dazzling light burst out, making the entire Origin King Grade starship look like a dazzling sun. Terrifying energy fluctuations surged from the Origin King Grade starship. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stood atop Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship, took a deep breath, and pushed his space force. Hong. A muffled bang rang out as Purple Star's Origin King Grade starship trembled slightly and sent out hundreds of white beams of light towards the place where Yang Kai stood. Wherever these beams passed, all the gravel floating in the star field was reduced to dust, as if they had been melted away. Crystal cannons were the most terrifying attack a starship could unleash. The crystal cannons of an Origin Grade low-rank starship were enough to destroy an entire city, and the higher the grade of the starship, the greater the lethality. If the hundreds of crystal cannons of an Origin King Grade starship bombarded a smaller cultivation star, they might be able to destroy a tenth of its surface area. 10 such shots were enough to destroy a cultivation star. The white beam of light gushed out and directly penetrated Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Origin Grade high-rank starship. Like snowflakes under a scorching sun, the Origin Grade high-rank starship didn't even last a breath of time before it distorted and disappeared. It was as if it had melted away, just like the surrounding gravel. Kuang Shizong was startled, not having expected to succeed so easily. But in the next moment, he realized that something was wrong and quickly turned his head to the other side. In the star field, Purple Star's starship was safe and sound as it continued to flee forward. Yang Kai, who was standing atop the starship, was also unscathed, a leisurely look upon his face. Kuang Shizong could even see the sarcasm on his face. He was able to teleport an entire starship away? Kuang Shizong quickly understood what had happened, and as if he had been struck by lightning, he stood dumbfounded in place, his face filled with shock. Chapter 1880. Kuang Shizong had seen Yang Kai's use of Space Force before and knew what he was capable of. But he never expected that Yang Kai's Space Force would not only allow him to come and go without a trace, but also allow him to teleport an Origin Grade high-rank starship. This was no longer something that could be done by human strength. It was simply a divine miracle. It was for this reason that the destructive crystal cannons had failed to play any role. Just as Kuang Shizong was in a daze, Yang Kai's low voice came from the other side. "Since Senior is so stubborn, please pay the price." "Not good," Kuang Shizong shouted in alarm. Although he did not know what kind of method Yang Kai was going to use, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong. It seemed that what Yang Kai was about to show was not something he could resist. "Quick! Activate the defenses to the maximum," Kuang Shizong roared. The cultivator in charge of the Origin King Grade starship did not dare to neglect, and immediately sent a series of seals into the spirit array. In the next moment, a thick energy barrier suddenly appeared around the Origin King Grade starship. This barrier seemed to be impregnable, and even a third-order Origin King would not be able to break through it. But even so, Kuang Shizong still felt uneasy in his heart, his pores tightening as a feeling of dread lingered in his heart. A purple light suddenly flashed in front of him. This purple light was not dazzling, and compared to the scene of hundreds of crystal cannons firing just now, it was like a firefly competing with the bright moon. Not even worth mentioning. However, the moment this purple light lit up, Kuang Shizong suddenly stopped breathing and stared at it with wide eyes, his whole body shivering, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. From the source of the purple light, he actually felt a majesty that made him submit, that made him unable to even think of resisting. Emperor pressure. Kuang Shizong was a third-order Origin King after all. In an instant, he understood what kind of existence this majestic force was. From the source of this purple light, it was actually filled with Emperor pressure. Didn't that mean the other party had an Emperor artifact? An Emperor artifact was something that only existed in legends, an existence that was as elusive as the starry sky Great Emperor. It was a treasure far beyond Origin King Grade. If this was really an Emperor artifact, the Origin King Grade starship might not be able to block it. Thinking so, Kuang Shizong immediately roared, "If you don't want to die, run." Saying so, he rushed directly towards the cabin door. Not waiting for this cultivator to open it, Kuang Shizong threw a punch and punched a big hole in the sturdy door. Then he flew into the star field. Kuang Shizong was the supreme existence of the entire purple star. But seeing him in such a state made everyone tremble in fear. How could the other martial artists dare to stay? They all followed Kuang Shizong and escaped through the hole in the cabin door. In the distance, Yang Kai held the Annihilation Thunder bead in his hand as he stared at the pursuing Origin King grade starship with a solemn expression, pouring his Saint Chi into it like a flood. Zong of. Inside the Zong bead was a thin arc of lightning. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it, it began to pulse. Chi. At a certain moment, when Yang Kai's Saint Chi reached a certain level, the pulsing arc of lightning suddenly burst out from the Zong, and, under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, shot out like a comet through the star field, like a long purple arrow, straight towards Purple Star's Origin King grade starship. Silently, the purple arc of lightning collided with the barrier outside the Origin King grade starship, and the seemingly impregnable barrier, which could even withstand the full-strength blow of a third-order Origin King, silently melted a large hole in it. Immediately afterwards, the hull of the starship was penetrated, leaving a hole in the middle, and the barrier on the other side was also broken through. The purple arc of lightning did not diminish in the slightest as it struck one of the 9 starships behind it. Kong. A loud bang rang out, and the Origin grade high-rank starship did not even have time to dodge. The moment the purple arc of lightning struck it, it shattered into pieces, disintegrating in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that cracking sounds came from the leading Origin King grade starship. The barrier arranged outside the star field shattered like a broken mirror, countless cracks appearing on it before it disappeared. The huge hull of the starship was also almost split in two. Fortunately, the materials used to refine this Origin King grade starship were all precious, so even though it was damaged and did not explode on the spot, the Origin King grade starship was basically crippled. If it wanted to be repaired, who knew how much money, manpower, and time it would take? Inside the star field, Kuang Shizong, who was the first to escape, stared at the scene in front of him in a daze, his hands and feet cold and his face pale, as he muttered unconsciously, "It really is an Emperor artifact, an Emperor artifact." He could never have imagined that not only was Yang Kai's strength extraordinary, but he also had a group of strange subordinates, was proficient in the Tao of space, and even had an Emperor artifact. Any cultivator who possessed all of these attributes of Yang Kai would be able to run amok in the star field. But he possessed all of them. Was there anyone in this world who could be his opponent? Even if Kuang Shizong's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he had already stood at the pinnacle of martial Tao in the star territory. At this moment, facing Yang Kai's heaven-defying methods, a strong sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Being proficient in the Tao of space made Yang Kai invincible, and in the entire star territory, there was likely no one who could kill him. Coupled with these methods, it would already be a blessing if he didn't seek trouble with others. So who would dare provoke him? For a moment, Kuang Shizong's heart filled with fear. He had not felt this kind of feeling for many years, and had almost forgotten about it. He wanted to retreat. Since he couldn't kill Yang Kai and couldn't withstand the attack of the Emperor artifact, chasing after him would only be asking for trouble. But when he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Yang Kai, a look of joy appeared on his face and he quickly shouted, "Explode! No matter what, stop him!" He suddenly discovered that after using the Emperor artifact, Yang Kai's complexion was not very good. He immediately understood that although the Emperor artifact was extremely powerful, the price it came at was definitely not small. With Yang Kai's current strength, he probably wouldn't be able to use it a second time. Kuang Shizong's guess was right. Yang Kai really couldn't use the power contained in the Annihilation Thunder bead anymore. He had used the Annihilation Thunder bead several times before, and every time he used it, his strength would improve greatly, but no matter which time he used it, it would exhaust him and dry up his soul. Although as his strength improved, the power of the annihilation thunder bead increased, but this feeling was really uncomfortable. Perhaps, only by reaching the level of yang inflammation, could he fully display the power of the annihilation thunder bead, and use it without any hidden dangers. After using the annihilation thunder bead, Yang Kai immediately crushed the spirit pill he had been holding in his mouth beforehand. A trickle of medicinal liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach, spreading throughout his limbs and soul, allowing him to restore a certain amount of his Saint Qi and soul in a very short time. At this moment, Kuang Shizong's order was issued. The remaining 8 intact origin-grade high-rank starships all aimed their crystal cannons at Yang Kai, all of them locking onto Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starships. With a flash of light, enough energy to destroy the heavens and earth began to condense on the 8 starships. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he stood on the hull of the starships, stared at Kuang Shizong from afar, and said coldly, "Senior, this trip to Purple Star has made me very unhappy. If there is a chance in the future, I will pay you a visit again. I hope you live a long life and don't die so early." These words were branded into Kuang Shizong's heart like a branding iron, causing his heart to tremble violently. Thinking about Yang Kai's heaven-defying abilities, if he were to escape today, Purple Star would suffer greatly in the future. Under his uneasy gaze, Yang Kai turned around and thrust his hands forward. What happened next was shocking. Yang Kai's hands were directly inserted into the void, as if there was an invisible wall in front of him, and both his arms were inserted into the other side of the wall. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai exerted his strength and pushed his hands to the side. Kacha. A huge void crack appeared leisurely, as if Yang Kai had simply stretched out his hand and tore apart a piece of cloth. It was a simple and effortless process. The void crack was like the mouth of a giant beast, and inside it was a chaotic void. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship slowly sailed into it. Kuang Shizong's face was extremely ugly as he stared at the starship sailing into the void, his Saint Qi surging several times. But in the end, he was unable to take action. He knew that even if he took action, he would absolutely not be able to stop the other party, and would likely be dragged into the void instead. Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, and did not need to worry about getting lost in the void. But Kuang Shizong was different. Even if he was a third-order origin king, if he fell into the void, he might lose his way forever. Only a strong sense of unwillingness and fear lingered in Kuang Shizong's heart. He was unwilling because not only did he fail to recover the treasures he had lost from the starship vault, but he had also allowed Yang Kai to destroy an origin-grade high-rank starship and destroy an origin king-grade starship. He was terrified because of Yang Kai's final words. With such a great enemy, Purple Star's future prospects were bleak. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship quickly disappeared into the void, and the void crack closed at an extremely fast speed. Only then did the crystal cannons of the 8 Purple Star starships arrive. The power of these thousands of crystal cannons was even greater than the previous round of fire from the Origin King-grade starship. However, all of these crystal cannons hit empty space and flew towards the distant star field. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship and Yang Kai's starship had long disappeared. Kuang Shizong stood in place in a daze, as if he had suddenly aged several hundred years. The remaining 8 starships also stopped, not knowing what to do. After a long time, many masters flew out of the starships and gathered in front of Kuang Shizong, all of them staring at him nervously. "Ha!" Kuang Shizong sighed deeply and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Sure enough, there are always new talents in every generation. It seems I have no choice but to accept my old age." Martial ancestor. Everyone was shocked, knowing that Kuang Shizong had been completely defeated by Yang Kai this time, and wanted to comfort him, but did not know what to say. Chapter 1881. Good, let's all go back. Now that my Purple Star has suffered great changes, Zilong is dead, and since Dong Lai is with him, it is likely that he has also met with misfortune. Purple Star cannot be without a leader, so in the future, Purple Star will be led by. Saying so, he swept his eyes across the crowd. Gong Sun Liang quickly straightened his chest. Wu Ji will be the commander, Everyone will assist him and obey his orders. Huang Shizong looked at Gong Sun Liang and said, "This time, Yuan Qi is seriously injured. You should go into retreat to recuperate." Yes. Although Gong Sun Liang was unwilling, he was not willing to resist, and could only nod in agreement. After all, Huang Shizong was right. His battle with Yang Kai had damaged his foundation, and if he did not properly recuperate, it was very likely he would suffer hidden dangers, and even his cultivation would fall. Compared with the position of Purple Star Master, of course, his own strength was more important. Disciple thanks martial ancestor. Disciple will do his best to lead Purple Star to glory. Although Ziwu Ji's face was swollen and his face was pale, he still said excitedly. In any case, this result was what he wanted the most. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, in the end, he achieved his goal. Inside the void, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship sailed slowly, surrounded by the void's turbulence. Yang Kai still stood on top of the ship, his space force fluctuating and wrapping around the entire starship, preventing it from being drawn into the void's turbulence. After the initial panic, the people inside the starship gradually calmed down. Not only were they no longer frightened, they instead began to explore their surroundings with great interest. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to enter the void, let alone be as safe as they were. Unfortunately, there was nothing inside the void, making everyone disappointed. After a short period of novelty, everyone was no longer so curious and went about their own business. After a long time, a humming sound came from the starship. Immediately afterward, light came in from the outside, and the starry sky was imprinted in everyone's eyes. The starship returned to star territory. Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in the crowd, his face slightly pale as he staggered. "Brother Yang." Shin Tu's eyes flashed and he quickly helped Yang Kai up. "It's fine." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. "I'm just a little exhausted. I'll be fine after resting for a few days." He had never tried to bring an entire battleship through a spatial rift, even though his control over spatial energy had reached a new high. However, doing such a thing still placed a huge burden on him, especially after using the Annihilation Lightning Bead. "Then hurry up and rest. Leave this place to me," Shin Tu hurriedly said. Hua Yumeng and the others also looked at him with concern. Yang Kai nodded. "It should be safe now. Just be careful. If anything happens, I will appear." "Don't worry, Brother Yang." Li Nua. "Quickly arrange a room for Brother Yang." Shin Tu turned to Li Nua and ordered. "Master, please come with me," Li Nua said. He hurriedly led the way. Although every great force had their own origin-grade high-rank starships, this origin-grade high-rank starship was exclusively used by Shin Tuesday. It represented Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, so its interior was extremely luxurious. Li Nua led Yang Kai to the best room before bowing and retreating. Yang Kai came to the bed, sat down cross-legged, and looked around casually, quickly discovering that the world energy aura in this room was extremely rich, probably because of some kind of spirit array. There was also a fine incense burning in this room, giving off a refreshing fragrance that had the effect of calming one's mind. Yang Kai reached out and took out a spirit pill from his space ring, popped it into his mouth, and swallowed it, absorbing its medicinal efficacies while circulating his secret art to adjust his breathing. Time flew by. About 6 days later, Yang Kai had fully recovered. Squeezing out all of his potential in the void had given him a new understanding of the use of Space Force. So after recovering, he had been meditating on it. After a few more days, Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look, and a smile appeared on his face. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the starship was still sailing smoothly through Starfield, and that everyone on board was performing their duties. The final destination of the starship was Water Moon Star, the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, which was also one of the destinations of Yang Kai's trip, so he decided to make the most of it. He just didn't know what kind of expression Xueyu would have when he arrived at Water Moon Star and saw her. Thinking of Xueyu, Yang Kai thought of Su Yan and Xianing Chang, then Shan Qing Luo. Letting out a long sigh, Yang Kai's heart was filled with guilt. Dispelling the negative emotions in his mind, Yang Kai formed a series of seals with both hands and placed a barrier around his room before immediately taking out the sealed world bead and entering it. In fact, back on Purple Star, he could have used the sealed world bead to take Shin 2 and the others away, which would have been the most convenient and fastest method. However, Yang Kai did not do so. After all, the existence of the sealed world bead was too heaven-defying and contained its own independent world. So naturally, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Although Yang Kai's strength had increased, and almost no one in Star Territory could kill him, he still had to be careful. If the existence of the sealed world bead attracted someone's attention, the gains would not make up for the losses. Inside the sealed world bead, everything was peaceful. The stone mongoose was still swallowing the sun's true fire when Yang Kai walked over to it, took out all the precious ores he had obtained from Purple Star's vault, and threw them in front of the stone mongoose. Seeing this, the stone mongoose's two black bean-like eyes suddenly bulged and flashed brilliantly. Immediately after, it rushed over to the ores, grabbed one with each hand, and stuffed it into its mouth. It didn't seem to make any chewing movements, but after all the ores were thrown into its stomach, its belly didn't bulge, as if it had its own independent world inside it. A moment later, all the ores had disappeared. The stone mongoose stared at Yang Kai eagerly, a look of dissatisfaction on its face. Yang Kai laughed and said, "There's nothing left, go refine them." Although there wasn't much, these ores were all treasures from Purple Star's vault, so each one of them could be said to be invaluable. Now that they had all been swallowed by Xiao Xiao, it would be helpful to his growth. The stone mongoose was easy to deal with and scratched its head after hearing this, smiled at Yang Kai before running off to refine the ores in peace. Yang Kai then turned his gaze to the other side of the room. Over there, an Origin King grade artifact refining furnace stood quietly on the ground. This was Firebird Lu Yan's natal artifact and the source of her birth. Inside the artifact refining furnace, Lu Yan's cries rang out, and from time to time, a burst of flames would erupt from the furnace. These flames not only contained the power of the sun's true fire swallowed by Lu Yan, but also the power of the heavenly thunder fire and blue ice flame. It was obvious that Lu Yan was working hard to fuse with the blue ice flame. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's arrival, Lu Yan poked her head out of the artifact refining furnace, glanced at Yang Kai for a moment, then dove back in and continued with her work. There should be no problem. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Lu Yan still had the time to look at him, so she was obviously at ease. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he arrived at a secluded place. This was the place where Yang Kai had planted countless spirit grasses and medicines. It was the medicine garden that he had previously excavated, and all the precious herbs he had brought out from the severed world were planted here. Many long-extinct spirit flowers and rare grasses were thriving here, creating a thriving scene. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted in the air, giving off a refreshing smell. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, took out a few things from his space ring, and placed them in front of him one by one. The first item was a transparent crystal, an earth vein crystal. This was one of the 3 most valuable treasures Yang Kai had taken out from Purple Star's vault. After observing the earth vein crystal for a while, Yang Kai generously tossed it into the medicine garden. As soon as the earth vein crystal touched the ground, it sank down as if it was nothing. The next moment, a burst of world energy suddenly erupted, and with the medicine garden as the center, the richness of the world energy within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly increased by several dozen times. From the ground, gossamer-like things flew out and lingered between the heavens and the earth. In an instant, they filled the surrounding heavens and the earth. World energy silk. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as his expression became excited. World energy was invisible, and invisible to the naked eye under normal circumstances. Only when the world energy reached a certain level of richness could it be seen with the naked eye. Above the famous mountains and great rivers, clouds and mist would appear. But in fact, they were actually the condensation of world energy, which was of great benefit to a cultivator's cultivation. However, it still couldn't be compared to world energy silk. World energy silk was a different kind of condensation of world energy, one that was purer and more powerful. These world energy silk were the purest form of world energy. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed one of these world energy silk, circulated his secret art, and with almost no effort, the world energy silk disappeared from his palm, replaced by a stream of heat that flowed through his palm and into the dantian, condensing into his own world energy. Countless spirit threads floated in the air, making this place look like a fairyland. It was too beautiful to be taken in all at once. The world energy silk fell on the precious exotic flowers and grasses, causing them to sway slightly, as if they were exuding joy. Kai Yang also didn't think that placing the earth vein crystal here would cause such a phenomenon. His original intention was very simple. He just wanted to use the earth vein crystal to nourish the herbs in the medicine garden, and at the same time create a good cultivation environment for himself. However, the result was far beyond his expectations. The earth vein crystal really lived up to its reputation. A small piece of earth vein crystal could actually nurture such a huge amount of energy, which was simply shocking. Yang Kai observed for a while, and found that the place where the change occurred was only 1,000 feet in radius. Within this 1,000 feet, it had become a cultivator's paradise. No other spiritual land could compare with it. Chapter 1882. Immersed in this sea of spirit threads, Yang Kai felt that he didn't need to circulate his secret art to absorb the surrounding world energy at all times. Cultivating in this environment would allow a cultivator to grow hundreds or thousands of times faster. Calming his mind, Yang Kai picked up the second thing. This was the 7th Star Emperor token he had obtained from Purple Star's vault. It was almost identical to the previous 6, and was made from some unknown material. There was a striking emperor character on the front, and a residual emperor pressure radiating from it. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai also took out the other 6 tokens. The 7-star emperor tokens were all gathered together. Suddenly a change occurred. The 7 tokens shot out of Yang Kai's hand uncontrollably, and immediately flew in front of him, forming a strange shape in the blink of an eye. This shape looked like the 8 trigrams, but it was actually missing a corner. Yang Kai understood that this was because he was missing 2-star emperor tokens, so he couldn't form a complete picture. The 7-star emperor tokens floated mid-air for a while before suddenly falling down. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught them all, stroking them for a while before storing them into his space ring. Yang Kai turned his gaze to the last 2 things. One of them was a scale the size of a palm. The scale looked like a fish scale, but it was covered with complicated patterns. It gave off a ferocious feeling, and an extremely ancient aura was flowing out from the scale. A dragon scale, the scale of a real true dragon. With this dragon scale in front of him, the dragon bone sword in Yang Kai's body seemed to be affected. It was humming endlessly, and it took Yang Kai a lot of effort to suppress it. This dragon scale, in terms of value, was even more valuable than the previous earth vein bead. It was something that one of Purple Star's ancestors had inadvertently obtained, but unfortunately, no one in Purple Star had been able to put it to good use for many years. Kuang Shizong had also tried to obtain this dragon scale, but was ultimately unsuccessful, so he could only reluctantly give up and keep it in his pavilion. If there was a Grandmaster grade artifact refiner, this dragon scale was the main material. If an artifact was created, it could definitely become an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. Whether it was an offensive or defensive artifact, it could be used to dominate the entire star territory. Of course, this dragon scale was extremely strong. It was the best choice for a defensive artifact. This was especially true for a shield. Unfortunately, even an Origin King grade artifact refiner might not be able to refine such a dragon scale. It was only possible if one possessed a special divine flame. Yang Kai was artifact refiner, so he could refine this dragon scale to him, but he had an advantage over others, because he possessed Golden Divine Dragon Source. Of True Dragon, Golden Divine Dragons, the leader of 10,000 dragons. With the Golden Divine Dragon Source in his body, and the monster transformation secret art he had obtained from Red Moon Tribal Lord, Yang Kai could completely refine this dragon scale into his body, and integrate this true dragon artifact into his body. allowing him to possess a portion of the divine abilities of a true dragon. The dragon scale was a kind of true dragon artifact, and so was the dragon bone sword. The dragon bone sword was composed of a piece of dragon bone and a dragon bead. When Yang Kai refined it, he did not fully refine it, or rather, he did not have the ability to fully refine it. At that time, Yang Yin had passed down a secret technique to Yang Kai, allowing him to use his own body as a furnace to refine the dragon bone and dragon bead. This method completely guaranteed the efficacy of the dragon bone and dragon bead. In other words, Yang Kai now had 3 true dragon artifacts in his hands: a dragon scale, a piece of dragon bone, and a dragon bead. If he could fully integrate these 3 true dragon artifacts into his body, with his monster transformation secret art, his strength would greatly increase. It was impossible for others to accomplish this, only Yang Kai, who possessed the golden divine dragon source, could. Yang Kai was not in a hurry though, and instead turned to the last artifact. This was a hexagonal crystal that looked somewhat similar to an earth vein crystal, but was completely different. An earth vein crystal's energy was restrained and could not be seen from the outside. Only by probing it with one's divine sense would one be able to sense the huge amount of energy it contained. However, this hexagonal crystal radiated energy, and even someone as strong as Yang Kai felt a slight pressure from it. This crystal was none other than the origin essence crystal extracted from the mysterious auction. Only a third-order origin king master could form such an essence in their body, and it contained their lifetime comprehension of the martial Tao. An origin essence crystal was a fatal temptation to any origin king realm cultivator, one that was even stronger than a territory stone. A territory stone could only allow an origin king realm master to comprehend the power of their territory and better temper it into their own territory. But an origin essence crystal could allow an origin king realm master to take a step further. This was what Yang Kai needed the most. The phoenix star silver wrapped around the origin essence crystal had already been divided up by Xiao Xiao and Firebird. As long as he could absorb the energy in this origin essence crystal, Yang Kai believed that even if he could not immediately break through to the third-order origin king realm and reach the peak of stars territory, his martial Tao path would become much smoother. After looking back and forth between the origin essence crystal and the dragon scale for a long time, Yang Kai made a decision and put away the origin essence crystal. He decided to refine the dragon scale first. Absorbing an origin essence crystal was extremely time-consuming and could not be completed in a short time. Yang Kai still had many things to do next, so it was not suitable for him to speculate about the mysteries of the third-order origin king realm. As for the 3 true dragon artifacts, the dragon bone sword itself contained the dragon spine and dragon bead, so it could still play a role in Yang Kai's hands. So naturally, only the dragon scale was left to refine. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and held the dragon scale in his palm, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in it with his divine sense, beginning to study the second half of the monster transformation secret art. The monster transformation secret art was the supreme secret art of the monster race, allowing them to display a trace of the power of their ancestral bloodline. Any monster race member had the blood of a great ancient monster flowing through their veins, so the monster transformation secret art could draw out the power hidden in this blood. This was the key point of the first half of the monster transformation secret art. The second half of the secret art explained how to fuse with the body parts of a great ancient monster for one's own use. Strictly speaking, the true dragon race was also part of the monster race, but they were born monster emperors, so the true dragon artifacts were naturally suitable for the monster transformation secret art. After spending a full 10 days, Yang Kai thoroughly comprehended the monster transformation secret art before putting it into action. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai sighed softly, a look of determination flashing across his eyes as he stretched out his hand and cut his wrist. In the next moment, a wound appeared on his wrist, from which golden blood seeped out. His powerful healing ability took effect in the blink of an eye, and the wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it would be healed in the next moment. Yang Kai quickly picked up the dragon scale and placed it on his wound. At the same time, he used the monster transformation secret art to force out the golden divine dragon source from his body and pour it into the dragon scale. Wung. With a strange sound, a massive phantom of a dragon's head suddenly appeared on the dragon scale. This phantom of a dragon's head was more majestic and terrifying than any other dragon's head that Yang Kai had ever seen. In front of this phantom, Yang Kai could not help but feel as insignificant as an ant. The dragon's eyes widened as it stared emotionlessly at Yang Kai, its supreme dragon pressure pressing down on Yang Kai's heart. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar exploded in Kai Yang's ears. That roar contained a power that could not be provoked, causing Kai Yang's heartbeat to speed up. Dragon pressure filled the air. Yang Kai coldly stared back at the dragon's head without flinching. After a while, the phantom of the dragon's head flickered slightly and suddenly turned into a golden light that shot into the dragon scale. At the same time, this dragon scale, which had been shed from a true dragon for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, seemed to be endowed with life and became unbearably hungry, swallowing Yang Kai's blood. Gudong. A clear sound came from the dragon scale, as Yang Kai's blood flowed into the dragon scale, at a rate visible to the naked eye, dyeing it a brilliant golden color. A feeling of dizziness and discomfort rose up in his heart. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and he did not dare to neglect, quickly exploding a drop of pure golden blood in his body to supplement his lost blood. A loud dragon roar came from the dragon scale, as if it was extremely happy, and it began swallowing even more unscrupulously. Yang Kai's blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, especially the pure golden blood he had condensed with the life-revitalizing jade cream. Any drop of golden blood had the effect of regrowing flesh and reviving the dead. This was the most indispensable ingredient in refining a true dragon artifact. Time passed by, and Yang Kai had already exploded 10 drops of pure golden blood, but the dragon scale still seemed to be unsatisfied and continued to swallow it without restraint. The entire dragon scale had turned a pure golden color, and the power of its dragon pressure was even stronger than before. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt that the flow of his blood had stopped, and he was overjoyed, knowing that he had finally satisfied the dragon scale. Looking at it, the originally solid dragon scale had now turned into a pool of golden light that wrapped around the wound on his arm like flowing water. Yang Kai took a deep breath and prepared himself. With a single thought, a weak suction force came from his wound and sucked the golden dragon scale into his body. The next moment, Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he covered his wound with one hand, his whole body trembling as his face suddenly turned pale. Large beads of sweat oozed from his forehead and rolled to the ground, drenching his clothes in an instant. An unimaginable pain came from his wound, as if it had been magnified thousands of times over, strongly stimulating Yang Kai's physique and nerves. Yang Kai tried his best to endure, but in the end, he couldn't hold back and let out a scream that resounded throughout the mysterious small world. The pain was unbearable, but Yang Kai's senses were countless times clearer than usual. He could clearly feel that the dragon scale he had absorbed into his body was slowly crawling up his arm, following the flow of his blood and slowly crawling up his arm. Every time it moved, it brought him a pain that felt like his bones were being crushed to pieces. Yang Kai screamed. In any case, he was the only living person in the mysterious small world, so there was no need for him to worry about losing face. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao, who was refining ores, and Firebird, who was fusing with the blue ice flame, couldn't help raising their heads and looking over. Both of their eyes filled with worry, as if they were afraid that Yang Kai would have an accident. Chapter 1883. Yang Kai's screams never subsided. In the end, his voice was already hoarse. It was an unbearable torment. Every time the dragon scale moved up, he would feel as if he was being cut into pieces. Wherever the dragon scale passed, his flesh and meridians would be eroded. Even with the strength of Yang Kai's body, he could not resist the corrosive power of the dragon's might. Fortunately, his vitality was extremely tenacious, and his blood and qi were abundant enough Therefore, his recovery speed could keep up with the speed of the damage. One day, the golden light from the dragon scale flowed into Yang Kai's heart. Prung pung. Two powerful heartbeats resounded and Kai Yang's entire body froze. In the next moment, the heart in his chest completely stopped beating. Wrapped in a golden light, Kai Yang fell straight to the ground. The worried firebird Lu Yan and stone mongoose Xiao Xiao, who were watching from afar, turned pale with fright and immediately rushed over. Lu Yan helped Yang Kai up and checked his breathing and pulse with a solemn expression. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was jumping up and down anxiously, but there was nothing she could do. When she noticed that not only did Yang Kai's heartbeat stop, but even his breathing had stopped, Lu Yan's eyes darkened. She looked up at the stone mongoose and slowly shook her head. Xiao Xiao made whimpering sounds and kept wailing. She pointed her finger at Lu Yan, then at Yang Kai. She kept gesturing with her hands, as if urging her to quickly think of a solution. Lu Yan was speechless. Suddenly Yang Kai, who seemed to have died, opened his eyes. He took a deep breath and jumped up from the ground as if his soul had returned to him. He covered his chest with his hands. His eyeballs trembled violently. Thump, thump. A heartbeat stronger than ever came from his heart, one after another, like the beating of a war drum. It was deafening. As time passed, this abnormal heartbeat gradually calmed down and finally returned to normal. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai fully recovered and slowly stood up straight, his eyes filled with lingering fear. Lu Yan frowned and looked at him. After confirming that he was not in danger, he let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was much more innocent. They danced around Yang Kai's feet, with joyful expressions on their faces. I almost had an accident. Sorry for making you guys worry. Yang Kai smiled and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He didn't expect it either. Just fusing with the dragon scale was actually so dangerous. Everything before this had gone very smoothly. It wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to fuse with the dragon scale. But when the dragon scale entered his heart, Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was about to die. Fortunately, his body was different from ordinary people. It was only because of his powerful vitality that he managed to hold on. Otherwise, there might have been a problem. With his powerful second-order origin king cultivation, fusing with a true dragon artifact like the dragon scale had almost been an accident. It was easy to imagine how difficult it had been. This was only the first true dragon secret treasure. If he wanted to fuse with the second and third true dragon secret treasure, he would not be able to do so in a short period of time. He would have to wait until he was stronger, before he could even think about the dragon spine and dragon pearl. Seeing that he was fine, Lu Yan nodded slightly before her tender body flickered, and she transformed back into her firebird form, and rushed to a certain place in the sealed world bead to continue her retreat. The stone mongoose stood at Yang Kai's feet, patted Yang Kai's calf, then patted its own chest, trying to straighten its hunched back, as if telling Yang Kai not to worry the next time he encountered danger. It was here. It had an extremely reliable appearance. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted its head with a happy look on his face. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and released his divine sense, his expression becoming strange as he turned to Xiao Xiao and said, "You also go cultivate. Something happened outside. I'll go take a look." Xiao Xiao seemed to understand, but Yang Kai had already disappeared. Inside the star field, the starship that was supposed to be sailing towards Water Moon Star had stopped at some point, and a battle was raging outside. The overall level of the cultivator on this Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship was not low. In addition to Yang Kai, there was another Origin King, Aunt Chun of Clear Sky Auction House, but she was only a first-order Origin King. Below her, whether it was Li Nua, Hua Yumeng, or the other cultivator on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's side, all of them were Origin Returning Realm Masters, many of whom were third-order Origin Returning Realm Masters. Such a force was not weak at all. But even so, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's side was being suppressed. Aunt Chun was being entangled by a first-order Origin King, and was unable to divert her attention. Li Nua, Hua Yumeng, and the other third-order Origin Returning Realm Masters were also being disrupted by their respective opponents. so they could only split up and fight their own battles. Originally, Xia Jingwu, Haitang, Yao Qing, and the others from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce were all pale, obviously unable to fight. On the other hand, there were many enemies scattered around, but none of them were in a hurry to take action, and were instead calmly observing the situation, seemingly looking for a suitable opportunity to strike. It was obvious that this battle had not just begun, and had instead been going on for a long time. Even Aunt Chun and the other Origin Kings seemed to be running out of Saint Chi. It was also because both sides had Origin Kings that no one dared to kill. Otherwise, once an Origin King was angered, neither side would have a good ending. Why hasn't Brother Yang come out yet? Shen Tu forced back an enemy while asking Yao Qing, who was panting beside him. Yao Qing said with a depressed look, "How should I know? I went to Master's door to call him before, but Master never responded. I don't know what Master is doing. Perhaps he's in retreat, otherwise he would never ignore us," Shen Tu said worriedly. Shen Tu's face was filled with worry. With Aunt Chun here, although he didn't need to worry too much, if something unexpected happened, he was afraid that they would all become prisoners. Shen Tu felt that this trip had been extremely unlucky. Normally, when piloting Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's starship, he could roam the star territory unhindered, and any cultivator who recognized the Chamber of Commerce's logo would avoid him. This time, however, he had been involved in the power struggle of Purple Star, and had been detained. After escaping with great difficulty, he had encountered this kind of situation on his way back. It was simply unlucky. Looking around, Shen Tu could not help feeling his heart sink, as he found that the situation of the others was not very good. If Yang Kai did not appear soon, they were bound to suffer casualties or be captured alive. Just as he was filled with anxiety, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ear. "We're all on the same side. Stop fighting. Everyone stop." When the people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce heard this, they were overjoyed and all looked towards the source of the voice, finding a familiar figure standing in the void. Immediately, all of them felt relieved and their previous fatigue was swept away. The appearance of Yang Kai seemed to have given them infinite confidence. This change surprised the enemies of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce slightly. The First Order Origin King cultivator who was fighting with Aunt Chun sneered when he heard this. "Nonsense, who's on your side?" Yang Kai looked over and chuckled. "What's wrong? It's only been a few years since we last met. Yet Senior has already forgotten this Junior? You know this old master? Over there." The enemy Origin King was shocked and immediately exclaimed in amazement. "This voice." Saying so, he finally glanced over at Yang Kai and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he pointed at Yang Kai. You, Senior Bahi. I trust you have been well since we last met." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Bahi still stared at Yang Kai in a daze, rubbing his eyes hard to make sure he was not seeing things, a strange look appearing on his face as he called out, "Yang Kai, it's really you little brat. Yo, hello brother-in-law." To the side, a vigorous voice sounded, seemingly also greeting Yang Kai. The speaker was burly like an iron tower, and had a furry beard on his face, giving him the appearance of a bear, causing those who saw him to shudder. "So Yu Xiong is also here." Yang Kai looked at the other party with a smile. "Call me brother-in-law." Yu Xiong snorted. "Haha." Yang Kai laughed but did not say anything. Yu Xiong could not help rolling his eyes. After Yang Kai's interruption, the battle between the two sides came to an abrupt end, and both sides stared at Yang Kai with strange expressions. But none of them lowered their vigilance and remained vigilant against their opponents. "Brother Yang." Shen Tu flew over to Yang Kai and asked softly, "Do you know this group of monster race masters?" Yang Kai nodded. "I have some friendship with them." When he discovered that the ones fighting Shen Tu and the others were actually cultivators from Monster Emperor Star's Red Moon territory, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling puzzled. He couldn't understand how these people had come to the star field. However, Bahi had already broken through to the First Order Origin King realm, which was within Yang Kai's expectations. When Yang Kai first met Bahi, he was already a master on the same level as Yi Shiyin. Since Yi Shiyin could break through to the Origin King realm, so could he. especially since he had also gone to the blood prison trial and obtained many benefits from it. On the other hand, Yu Xiong was still stuck at the third-order origin returning realm, but his aura had become much more condensed. Do you know where they came from? Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai in surprise. As far as I know, they are monster race masters from Monster Star's Red Moon territory. How do you know them? I know, Yang Kai chuckled and asked. How did you end up fighting? Shen Tu sneered. Of all the things these guys could learn, they just had to learn from those star pirates from Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair. They wanted to snatch our starship, perhaps because they thought there was something good inside. Yang Kai's face went black. Yu Xiong shouted, We are not star pirates. It was you humans who broke into my Monster Star's territory. That's why we took action to punish you. Monster Star is nearby. Yang Kai was shocked as he looked around and found that in a very distant location, there was a familiar-looking star that stood across the star field like a giant monster exuding a strong demonic qi. 5 million kilometers away. Yu Xiong replied confidently. So you know it's 5 million kilometers away? Aren't you monster race overstepping your boundaries? Shen Tu said with a disgruntled expression. Father doesn't care. Father says this is Monster Star's territory, so it is Monster Star's territory. It was you humans who trespassed, so naturally you need to be taught a lesson, Yu Xiong said with an unreasonable expression. Chapter 1884. What a joke, Monster Star is 5 million kilometers away. How could that be considered crossing the boundary? Shen Tu sneered. Are you dreaming? Yu Xiong tilted his head and looked at him before turning to Yang Kai and asking, Brother-in-law, does it matter if I kill him? This little brat's words are quite unpleasant to listen to. As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere between the human and monster races, which had just calmed down, suddenly became tense. Aunt Chun's Saint Chi fluctuated wildly as she glared at Yu Xiong with murderous intent. Bahi was naturally not to be outdone, releasing his divine sense to lock onto Aunt Chun, while the others also drew their swords, preparing to fight. Stop making trouble. Yang Kai coldly snorted as he released his Origin King realm pressure slightly. Perceiving this power, Bahi immediately exclaimed, Yang Kai, you're already a second-order Origin King? He almost bit his tongue as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously, unable to believe his perception. When he saw Yang Kai just now, although he faintly felt that he had become much stronger than before, he did not pay much attention to him. However, when Yang Kai revealed his strength, Bahi realized that his cultivation had surpassed his own, reaching the second order. How was this possible? When he first met Yang Kai, he was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and even after experiencing the blood prison trial together, he was still only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. How many years had it been since they last met? Was he already a second-order origin king? Was there anyone in this world who could break through so quickly? Bahi was dumbfounded. What? Second-order origin king? Senior Bahi, are you sure? Yu Xiong's eyes also bulged as he asked in amazement. Of course. How could I be mistaken? Bahi gulped and said in a hoarse voice, seemingly having suffered a blow. Anyone who knew about Yang Kai's cultivation speed could not remain calm. Compared with Yang Kai's aptitude and cultivation speed, Bahi felt like he had wasted all these years. Yu Xiong froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. As expected of my good brother-in-law, only someone like you is worthy of little sister. He was truly happy for Shanqing Luo. Hearing him mention Shanqing Luo, Yang Kai's expression also eased, saying, Everyone give me some face. Regardless of the cause of today's matter, there were no casualties, let's end it here. As he spoke, he glanced at Bahi. Then he looked at Shen Tuesday. Bahi said, There is no hatred. Since these people were brought by you, Kai Yang, then this old man will naturally not pester you. Shen Tu snorted. I'll give Brother Yang face and not lower myself to your level. Good. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to Yu Xiong and asking, How is Qing Luo now? Little sister? Yu Xiong scratched his head, chuckling meaningfully. She's doing very well. Since returning from the blood prison last time, she has been in retreat. When she comes out, she will break through to the Origin King realm. Adoptive mother is very optimistic about her future, so you don't need to worry. What about Senior Chiyu? Yang Kai asked again. Adoptive mother is also in retreat, Yu Xiong grinned. Senior Chiyu is in retreat. Doesn't that mean? Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Yu Xiong laughed. When adoptive mother comes out, Monster Star will belong to my Chiyu territory. Chiyu was a second-order origin king, and now that she obtained the origin essence crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King and entered retreat, if she could successfully break through, she would become the only Monster King level existence on Monster Star. Only when a monster race master reached the third-order origin king realm could they be called a monster king. Right now Chiyu was just a tribal lord, a monster king who ruled over the monster race, so when the time came, Monster Star would inevitably be under her control. Then I must congratulate Senior Chiyu. Yang Kai's expression changed as he said, if it is convenient, I would like to go to Chiyu territory to see Senior Chiyu. I wonder if brother you can lead the way. Call me brother-in-law and I'll take you there. Brother Yu chuckled. Yang Kai ignored him and turned his eyes to Bahi. Bahi showed an awkward look and said slowly, Yang Kai, you are not an outsider, so we naturally welcome you to visit Monster Star's Red Moon territory. But if you want to see Tribal Master, I'm afraid now is not a good time. As I said just now, Tribal Master is in retreat and cannot be disturbed. I naturally understand this, but Senior Chiyu is not in retreat, so I only need to say a few words to her. It won't take up too much of her time. Bahi frowned while Yu Xiong no longer interjected, knowing that this matter was not something he could casually decide. Rest assured, if Senior Chiyu blames us, I will bear the consequences for you, and I believe Senior Chiyu will be very happy with the news I bring her, and will not blame you. Bahi sighed. Since you've said so much, what else can I say? Many thanks, Senior Bahi. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Brother Yang, are you going to Monster Star? To the side, Shen Tu's expression changed slightly as he asked in a low voice. I need to see Senior Chiyu. Yang Kai nodded slightly. What about you? Will you wait for me here? Or will you come with me to Monster Star? Shen Tu's expression became awkward and after a long time said, the monster race is cruel, so I'll go with you. Also, I want to see what Monster Star is like. Then let's go together. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not taking this matter seriously. Shen Tu passed down his words, and the others followed his arrangements. Soon, another starship emerged from the asteroid sea, one owned by the monster race. The monster race was not good at alchemy or artifact refining, but Monster Star was not entirely composed of monster race cultivators. There were also human race cultivators, but their status was not high. Monster Star's 10 territories and 10 tribal lords had very different attitudes towards the human race. Some would let them go, some would exterminate them, and some would entrust them with important tasks. In Red Moon territory, the human race was the most important, especially the alchemists and artifact refiners, whose status was higher than that of the average monster race cultivator. So Red Moon territory's development over the years had been much faster than that of the other tribal lords. There were also many talented human race cultivators who went to Red Moon territory to recommend themselves and work for Chiyu. The starship that Bahi, Yu Xiong, and the other monster race cultivators were riding was refined by human race artifact refiners, and although it was only origin grade mid-rank, it was enough to support short to medium distance navigation. The two starships flew side by side towards Monster Star at an extremely fast speed. The 5 million kilometer distance was crossed in less than a day and night. Atop Half Moon Mountain was Red Moon Palace, Chiyu's residence, and the most important place in Red Moon territory. When the two starships broke through the clouds and arrived above Half Moon Mountain, they saw that the mountain range below was covered in a huge energy barrier that exuded a dazzling light. Outside this energy barrier, there seemed to be a large number of monster race masters gathered, the two leading them exuding an extremely vigorous aura. Rolling demonic chi radiated from their bodies, seemingly wanting to pierce the clouds. One of them had a head of wild hair, and was even more burly than Yu Xiong. He wore a short robe that exposed his bare chest, giving him an extremely bold appearance. The other person was much more feminine. His appearance was not like the typical demon clan's rough and unruly appearance. Instead, he had the refined aura of a human. This person's eyes were pale silver, and when his eyes moved, there was a faint silver light. It seemed to contain some mysterious power. At this moment, many monster race cultivators were attacking the light barrier, and the rough-looking monster race cultivator roared, "Chiyu, we have come from afar, yet you have closed off Half Moon Mountain. Is this how you treat your guests? Are you looking down on this blood flood dragon?" As soon as these words came out, the identity of this man was instantly clear. He was one of the 10 tribal lords, Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, and one of the tribal lords on Monster Star, who hated the human race the most. It was said that in his territory, there was not a single human race cultivator, unless they were slaves or servants. However, there was no response from Half Moon Mountain. The feminine monster race cultivator standing next to Blood Flood Dragon quickly said, "Blood Flood Dragon, why ask when you already know the answer? Chiyu is clearly not giving us any face. You and I are both tribal lord level existences, but now that we have come to visit her, she has closed the door and refused to see us. This is truly outrageous. If you don't give this Blood Flood Dragon face, then I won't give you any face either." Blood Flood Dragon was already grumpy, so when he heard this, he became even angrier and shouted, "Chiyu, my son Shuelian set out from here to enter the blood prison trial a few years ago, and eventually died there. I haven't settled this matter with you yet, but today you dare to humiliate me like this? Good, good, good. If worst comes to worst, we'll just break up and fight using the name of Tribal Lord. Do you have the courage?" There was still no response from Half Moon Mountain. Blood Flood Dragon's eyes went bloodshot as he roared in a low voice, turning his head to the feminine monster race cultivator beside him and whispering, "Brother Qianyan, this woman doesn't want to fight. What should we do?" Qianyan narrowed his eyes and said, "We've already spent a lot of time here. Since she doesn't want to fight, then we'll just have to attack. In any case, we can't let her refine the origin essence crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King. If she succeeds in becoming a Monster King, there will be no place for you or me on Monster Star." Hearing this, a trace of fear flashed across Blood Flood Dragon's eyes as he grit his teeth and said, "Good. Since that's the case, I ask Brother Qianyan to join forces with me to break this Half Moon Mountain barrier. Brother Blood Flood Dragon, be careful. This Half Moon Mountain can absorb the essence of the moon, and is known to possess the power of the half moon. Once this barrier is activated, it won't be easy to break through." Blood Flood Dragon curled his lips and said, "This barrier is just an inanimate object. Why should we be afraid of it if we join forces? Brother Qianyan is being too cautious. Don't forget, it wasn't just my son who died in the blood prison, but also your son. The human who killed them all came from Chiyu's territory. If you say there isn't something fishy going on here, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death." Hearing what he said, Qianyan's silver eyes filled with murderous intent as he shouted, "Then let's attack together." The 2 overlords of the demon clans looked at each other and began to circulate the demon chi in their bodies. In an instant, the world buzzed and the demon chi that soared into the sky condensed into a solid substance, escaping from the 2 overlords' skin. The scene was extremely frightening. The demon clans that followed them all felt the pressure of this pressure, and could not help but turn pale. They quickly retreated in fear of being affected. Chapter 1885. The 2 lords of the demon clans attacked without hesitation. The Gorfiend dragon roared in a low voice, and his already burly body suddenly swelled up. The power of chi and blood that was visible to the naked eye spread around his body, like a red mist, rolling like a tide. His figure flickered as he shot out like a cannonball towards Half Moon Mountain's barrier. The monster race was known for their physical strength, and the Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord was innately gifted, so this simple collision contained unimaginable destructive power. Wherever he passed, he left a trail of light behind him, igniting even the air around him. Kong. When Shuejiao's body slammed into Half Moon Mountain's barrier, The entire mountain seemed to shake, and the outer layer of the barrier flashed wildly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Shuejiao's face filled with joy as he thought to himself that Half Moon Mountain's barrier was only so. But just as he was about to increase his strength to completely break the barrier, an extremely violent rebound force erupted from the opposite side. One that was even more violent than his previous collision. Shuejiao was caught off guard for a moment, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. With a muffled groan, his burly body was sent flying. All the monster race masters looked at each other in shock. Fortunately, Shuejiao's skin was thick, so although the rebound force was powerful, it did not hurt him at all, only leaving him covered in dust. To the side, Qian Yin said with a dignified expression, "It is said that Half Moon Mountain was formed from half of the body of an ancient monster king, so it is naturally extraordinary." Shuejiao glanced at him with dissatisfaction. "Don't make such sarcastic remarks, just attack." Qian Yin nodded and no longer spoke, his two silver eyes suddenly bursting with dazzling silver light. This silver light condensed into two sharp swords and shook slightly. Like an arrow from a bow, the two swords shot towards the barrier as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Shuejiao did not remain idle, and cooperated with Qian Yan's secret technique to rush forward again, swinging his huge fists towards Half Moon Mountain's barrier. The joint attack of the two monster race tribal lords was enough to destroy the world. When the attack arrived, Half Moon Mountain's barrier flashed even faster. But this time, Shuejiao was prepared and naturally could not be sent flying by the rebound force. After this attack, the light of Half Moon Mountain's barrier seemed to dim a little. Seeing this situation, Qian Yin and Shuejiao's eyes suddenly lit up. The two great commanders naturally saw some clues and knew that as long as they joined forces a few more times, the barrier would break, and they would be able to enter. After breaking into Qiyu Palace, Yang Kai could not allow Qiyu to peacefully absorb the power in Mad Crocodile Monster King's Origin Essence Crystal. Many of the monster race cultivators who were fiercely attacking Half Moon Mountain's barrier stopped what they were doing, their faces filled with fear. Even Shuejiao and Qian Yin wore dignified expressions as they tried to dispel the discomfort in their hearts. "Shuejiao, Qian Yin, this queen is a cornerstone of the monster race, just like you, and does not want to make things too tense. If you leave now, this queen can pretend that nothing happened, otherwise, you will have to pay the price." "Qiyu," Shuejiao and Qian Yin called out in unison. They were all demonic overlords, and had interacted many times before. Naturally, they could recognize Qiyu's voice. But this time, Qiyu gave them a very different feeling. Her words were not fierce, and could even be considered calm. However, they gave off a feeling of dread, as if this continued, they would really have to pay an unimaginable price. The two monster race overlords' hearts clenched as they glanced at each other. Qian Yin grit his teeth and shouted, acting all mysterious, "If you have the ability, remove the barrier, and let this queen in to talk with you." "That's right," Shuejiao echoed from the side. "Qiyu, you also know that we are all cornerstones of the monster race. But I, Shuejiao, have come here today with brother Qian Yin, yet you refuse to see us. What kind of reasoning is this? If you know what's good for you, quickly open the barrier and let us in. It's useless to say more. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. This queen has done her part." Qiyu's voice came from inside Half Moon Mountain before falling silent. Shuejiao and Qian Yin both had cold sweat dripping down their foreheads as they faintly realized something. After a long time, Qian Yin turned to look at Shuejiao and asked, "Brother Shuejiao, are you afraid?" "Father has never been afraid of anyone," Shuejiao coldly snorted. "That would be for the best." Qian Yin nodded lightly before grinning. "Since that's the case, let's go all out." Shuejiao frowned, seemingly hesitating for a moment, but eventually gritted his teeth and nodded. "Fine." As soon as his voice fell, the two monster race overlords released their monster chi again, as they each displayed their shocking strength and bombarded Half Moon Mountain's barrier. "Stubborn fools," Qiyu's angry voice rang out as the world energy around her suddenly fluctuated. Immediately, a huge palm print appeared high up in the sky. This palm print seemed to fall from the sky as it pressed down towards Shuejiao and Qian Yin. The two monster race overlords both lowered their heads as they looked up in horror. Shuejiao even exclaimed, "Heaven and earth, a third-order origin king?" Qianyan was also taken aback. The reason they dared to act presumptuously here was because they had the advantage in numbers. Both of them were second-order origin kings, so naturally, they had the advantage in numbers. However, if Qiyu had really become a monster king, a third-order origin king, then numbers were useless. At this moment, Qianyan involuntarily wanted to retreat, only wanting to escape from Half Moon Mountain as quickly as possible. But soon, Qianyan's silver eyes flashed and he shouted, "No, this is just a secret technique, Shuejiao, quickly attack." While urging Shuejiao, Qianyan opened his mouth and roared, sending out a sound wave visible to the naked eye towards the giant palm print. Shuejiao had already lost all fighting spirit, and his face was ashen. But after being reminded by Qianyan, his survival instincts erupted, and his strength suddenly surged as he punched out, sending out one giant fist after another. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk fist shadows, sound waves, and palm prints collided with each other, and outside Half Moon Mountain, the world seemed to be in chaos as even the omnipresent light seemed to be swallowed up. After a long time the dust settled. Qianyan and Shuejiao both showed joy on their faces as they glanced at each other and regained their confidence. On the other hand, there was no movement inside Half Moon Mountain. "Qiyu really hasn't broken through," Shuejiao sneered in a low voice, the panic on his face completely swept away. "But she will soon." Qianyan wore a worried look. "Shuejiao, if we delay any longer, once she succeeds, there will really be no place for us on Monster Star." "I know." Shuejiao's eyes flashed a fierce light as he nodded heavily. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and break this damn barrier. We can't let her succeed no matter what," Qianyan shouted angrily. Just as the two monster race overlords were about to attack again, their vision blurred, and a figure strangely appeared not far in front of them, standing mid-air and staring at them indifferently. "Who?" Shuejiao roared. "A human." Qianyan saw through Yang Kai's identity at a glance, and could not help frowning as he released his powerful divine sense towards Yang Kai, wanting to see his depths. Soon, a look of shock appeared on Qianyan's face as he muttered, "Second-order origin king." It was absolutely impossible for a human race origin king to appear on Monster Star, and even origin returning realm masters were extremely rare. So the only explanation was that this boy had come from another cultivation star. Looking at Yang Kai's posture at the moment, it seemed that he intended to embarrass them, which made Qianyan puzzled. "This guy looks familiar," Shuejiao muttered to himself. Shuejiao muttered in a low voice, his eyes widening as he stared at Yang Kai. He didn't know when he had met this person, but he had no impression of him at all. Yang Kai grinned as he looked at the two monster race overlords, before turning to Qiyu inside Half Moon Mountain and saying, "Senior, you seem to have encountered some trouble." "It's you, little bastard." Qiyu also looked extremely surprised, not having expected that the one who would appear outside Half Moon Mountain at this time would be Yang Kai. You've already reached the second-order origin king realm? How is that possible?" An even stronger cry of surprise came from inside Half Moon Mountain, as the world energy there seemed to fluctuate due to Qiyu's mood. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "The world is big and full of wonders, nothing is impossible. Senior, on the other hand, you shouldn't get distracted and fail." Qiyu said angrily, "Do I need you to remind me of this kind of thing?" "And it seems Junior spoke too much." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. Senior's little problem in front of your door. Would you like this Junior to help you solve it?" "You're quite confident." Qiyu was surprised. "How long has it been since you broke through to the Origin King realm?" "Haha, two tribal lords. Although Junior can't guarantee too much, self-preservation is not a problem." "Oh." Qiyu was surprised, not knowing where Yang Kai's confidence came from. After a moment of silence, she quickly said, "It's not convenient for me to take action right now. If you really have the ability, go play with them. You're not an outsider, so it's only natural for you to help me." "Junior understands. Be careful. Although this queen doesn't know what kind of pills you took that allowed you to improve your strength to this extent in such a short time." But the Origin King realm takes time to accumulate strength. Don't die. This queen doesn't want Qing Luo to blame her in the future. Qiyu obviously thought that Yang Kai being able to grow to this extent in such a short time was due to pills, and not ordinary pills at that. Many thanks for Senior's concern. I will try my best to survive, Yang Kai nodded seriously. As the two spoke, Xue Jiao and Qian Yin remained silent, but as time passed, the two tribal lords became even angrier. Yang Kai acting as if he didn't put them in his eyes made them extremely uncomfortable. They were both famous tribal lords on Monster Star, and were among the top masters in their territory. So when had they ever been so despised? Yang Kai had successfully angered them. Chapter 1886. Qian Yin stared at Yang Kai gloomily and sneered. Everyone says that the human race is rampant and arrogant. This tribal lord didn't believe it before, but now I know that the rumors are not false. The human race has been rampant for more than a day or two. Xue Jiao coldly snorted as he glared at Yang Kai fiercely. But boy, this is my Monster Star, Monster Star. A human like you had best tuck your tail between your legs. Yang Kai just smiled and did not speak, simply staring at the two tribal lords quietly, not showing any intention of refuting. Qian Yin rolled his eyes and said, Boy, this king doesn't know what your relationship with Qiyu is, but if you continue to stand in our way, don't blame us for being impolite. If you know what's good for you, withdraw quickly. This is a matter of my monster race. It has nothing to do with you. That's right. Even if you and I are both second-order Origin Kings, what are your chances of winning? Xue Jiao snorted. My chances of winning aren't decided by words. We'll only know after we fight. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing any intention of backing down. Qian Yan's face sank. Do you insist on meddling in other people's business? How could it be other people's business? Yang Kai shook his head. According to seniority, I have to call Qiyu tribal lord mother-in-law. So naturally, mother-in-law's business is not other people's business. Qian Yin and Xue Jiao suddenly showed strange expressions. But soon, Qian Yin seemed to remember something. So it's that half-monster man. The half-monster he was referring to was naturally Shan Qing Luo. Shan Qing Luo, in her human form, had obtained the source of the heavenly moon demon spider, and the special constitution of the poison widow, complementing each other. Today, Shan Qing Luo's blood was half human and half monster race. She was a rising star on Monster Star, and was the focus of everyone's attention. All the monster race on Monster Star knew of Shan Qing Luo's existence. From inside Half Moon Mountain, Qiyu's voice called out, Smelly brat, don't call me that so intimately. This consort hasn't fully acknowledged you yet. Yang Kai turned his head and smiled lightly. It doesn't matter if Senior agrees or not, as long as Qing Luo agrees. Qiyu was speechless. Enough! Qian Yin roared, his silver eyes glaring towards Yang Kai as he coldly declared. Since you court death, we'll fulfill your wish. Xue Jiao, play with him. This barrier will be broken by me alone. Don't worry, leave it to me. Xue Jiao's expression was ferocious as he licked his lips and stared at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a delicious meal, grinning meaningfully as he said, The brain of a human race Origin King must be a great tonic. Father has never eaten such a good thing before. Enough nonsense, let's end this quickly, Qian Yin urged impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-horned dragon rushed out. His speed was so fast that the friction between his body and the air created a whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yang Kai and swung his iron arm. Suddenly he slammed it towards Yang Kai. This blow seemed extremely ordinary, but with the assistance of Xue Jiao's powerful physique and cultivation, it was like a towering mountain blocking his path. It would be easily smashed to pieces. Be careful. Qiyu's voice rang out, accompanied by a trace of nervousness. As a fellow monster race tribal lord, she was extremely clear about the details of Xue Jiao's strength. Even she did not dare to make physical contact with Xue Jiao easily. His innate divine strength was not something an ordinary master could block. Yang Kai stood in place without moving, and simply stretched out his hand to block in front of him. Seeing this scene, Xue Jiao was stunned. Immediately, he was overjoyed and grinned fiercely. You overestimate yourself. Watch how this master smashes you to pieces. As soon as these words fell, his iron arm slammed into Yang Kai's arm. Dang. Like a collision of gold and iron. A huge sound spread throughout Half Moon Mountain and spread outwards. Xue Jiao's victorious expression stiffened on his face and was replaced by a look of disbelief. To the side, Qian Yan, who was preparing to attack the barrier, could not help being stunned as he stared forward in a daze. Inside Half Moon Mountain, Qiyu's cry seemed to resound. At this moment, the three monster race tribal lords were all shocked, feeling as if they were in a dream. Yang Kai slowly raised his eyes and looked at Xue Jiao indifferently, grinning as he said, "This friend seems to be very confident in his physique." Xue Jiao's complexion changed drastically as his eyes trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai, unable to believe that his full-powered blow had been so easily blocked by his opponent. What's more, Yang Kai showed no signs of retreating. Xue Jiao was attacking while Yang Kai was defending. In other words, Xue Jiao was at a disadvantage. Your physique. Xue Jiao suddenly understood something, and his eyes filled with surprise. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sorry, but my physique doesn't seem to be bad either." Xue Jiao's eyes narrowed as he knew that his guess was true, a look of anger and humiliation appearing on his face, as he madly circulated his monster qi and roared. "A trivial human like you dares to compete with my Xue Jiao clan in terms of physical strength? Today, I will open your eyes." As he spoke, his fists rained down on Yang Kai like raindrops. Every strike was accompanied by a vortex of world energy, each strike terrifying to the extreme. What happened next was truly shocking. Not only did Yang Kai not dodge, he instead laughed and met the attacks with his own fists. When the fists collided, a violent explosion rang out, as if two mountains were colliding at an extremely fast speed, each shockwave causing one's blood to boil. Hong hong hong. In just 30 breaths of time, Yang Kai and Xue Jiao had exchanged countless punches, all of them landing squarely on each other. But what was strange was that neither of the two masters actually took half a step back, both of them standing firmly in midair, using their bodies to defuse each other's strength. Such a simple and crude battle was breathtaking, but Qian Yan, who was watching from the side, showed a worried expression instead of joy. This could not be helped, as the greatest advantage of the human race was not their physical bodies, but their mastery of various secret techniques and artifacts. However, Yang Kai had given up on these advantages and decided to compete with Xue Jiao in terms of physical strength, obviously not using his full strength at all. In this confrontation, Yang Kai was simply probing. If Yang Kai used his secret techniques or artifacts, it was unknown to what extent his strength would increase. Thinking so, Qian Yan quickly shouted, "Xue Jiao, stop playing around, quickly deal with him." Hearing this, Xue Jiao's expression became fierce as he roared, "Flood Dragon Transformation!" As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Jiao's body suddenly erupted with qi and blood that was several times more violent than before. His body swelled up again, and blood-red scales appeared densely on his body. 2 horns grew on his forehead, and something that looked like a dragon's tail appeared on his back. The Blood Flood Dragon clan was born with the bloodline of a true dragon, and the most powerful Blood Flood Dragon of ancient times was a descendant of a true dragon. The Flood Dragon transformation technique allowed Xue Jiao to stimulate the power of his ancestral bloodline, allowing him to gain infinite strength. With his powerful body and violent strength alone, Xue Jiao was able to crush everything in front of him. As soon as the Flood Dragon transformation technique was used, an unimaginable force struck Yang Kai from the opposite side, causing him to tremble violently as he was sent flying. Xue Lian roared, "Human, this king doesn't know how you cultivated such a body, but in front of this king's Blood Flood Dragon ancestral bloodline, you are far from enough." Saying so, he chased after Yang Kai, using both his fists and feet to launch a fierce barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai's vitals, the power behind them seemingly capable of shattering space itself. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly responded, "Hong hong hong." The two figures flew back and forth, the sound of fists and feet colliding constantly filling the air. Yang Kai instantly fell into a disadvantageous position, seemingly only able to parry, but unable to fight back. Qian Yin sneered. Stupid, actually competing with Xue Jiao in terms of strength. This human's brain is so rotten. High up in the clouds, two starships were hidden side by side, naturally belonging to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Red Moon Territory. Yu Xiong, Ba He, Shen Tu, and the others all looked down nervously, so the scene of Yang Kai being suppressed was naturally seen clearly. Brother-in-law is too arrogant, Yu Xiong said with a frown. Yu Xiong wore a worried look. Xue Jiao's physique and strength are among the top existences in the entire monster race. Yet a human actually dared to fight him head-on. Is he out of his mind? Is little sister going to become a widow? Shut your crow's beak, Ba He coldly snorted from the side. Although Yu Xiong was Qi Yu's adopted son and had a high status, Ba He's identity was not bad either. He had been Qi Yu's most trusted subordinate since several hundred years ago, and now that he had broken through to the Origin King realm, he had become Qi Yu's #1 subordinate. Yu Xiong did not dare act presumptuously in front of him. Hearing Ba He say this, Yu Xiong smiled awkwardly. I was just saying. Perhaps brother-in-law still has some tricks up his sleeve. I don't think he's the type to die so early. Ba He shook his head. He really overestimated himself this time. But his cultivation is not weaker than Xue Jiao's, so he won't be killed, but he will definitely suffer a loss. As soon as Ba He's words came out, the battle between the human and monster race down below seemed to have concluded. Accompanied by a loud bang, a figure was blasted towards the ground like a rag sack, leaving behind another figure standing proudly in the void. Everyone's eyes immediately turned towards the figure standing midair, and found that it was shrouded in blood qi, had 2 horns on its head, and had a dragon tail on its back. Who else could it be but Xue Jiao? Xue Jiao was safe and sound, so the one who was blasted down was definitely Yang Kai. This discovery made many people's hearts sink as they quickly looked down. On the ground, a huge pit had appeared, and with this pit as its center, a series of cracks spread out like a spider web. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, seemingly having been blasted into the ground. Ha 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 ha! Xue Jiao threw his head back and laughed wildly as a look of disdain appeared on his face. A human origin king, nothing more than this. He was absolutely qualified to act so arrogantly. After all, no matter how weak Yang Kai was in his eyes, he was still a second-order origin king. Seeing him easily suppress an opponent in the same realm, Xue Jiao was naturally overjoyed. Seeing this situation, Qian Yan, who had been on edge all this time, could not help breathing a sigh of relief and quickly reminded, Xue Jiao, a long night is fraught with dreams. Chapter 1887. Hearing this, Xue Jiao nodded and was about to go down to deal with Yang Kai when Yang Kai suddenly climbed up from the pit below, stretched out his hands, and patted the dust off his body before leaping out of the ground and sighing lightly, Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, your reputation is well deserved. In this world, there are few who can beat you in terms of physique and strength. Qian Yan's eyes shrank suddenly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. Sweeping him with his divine sense, Qian Yan immediately discovered something that made him shudder in fear. Although Yang Kai seemed to be in a sorry state and was covered in dust, there was no trace of injury at all. How is this possible? Qian Yan wished he could gouge out his eyes and place them on Yang Kai's body to take a closer look. Xue Jiao's ferocious attack just now would have left even Yang Kai half dead. So how could a second-order origin king come out unscathed? Qian Yan's divine sense did not detect what artifact armor Yang Kai was wearing, and when he fought with Xue Jiao just now, the other party did not use any defensive artifacts at all. This human had withstood all of Xue Jiao's attacks with his physique and remained unscathed? Could it be that his physique was even more powerful than Xue Jiao's after he used his Flood Dragon transformation? On the other side, Xue Jiao could not help gaping as he stared at Yang Kai stupidly, completely losing the ability to think. But if that's all, it's still not enough. Yang Kai raised his head, looking up at the sky faintly. Xue Jiao opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, But he found that no matter what he said at this moment, it would be futile. Being despised by a mere human in the territory he was most proud of, Shuejiao's heart was in turmoil. Only blood could wash away the shame at this moment. Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord, you haven't used your full strength yet, have you? It's rare to meet an existence with such powerful physique. I hope you can play with me. As soon as these last few words were spoken, Yang Kai's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. Before he even reached Shuejiao, a faint golden halo suddenly appeared on his body. This layer of pale gold was not the color of his golden blood, but rather the metal sword chi of his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Yang Kai's metal sword chi circled around his body, making him look like a peerless sword that had just been unsheathed, tearing through the sky. It pierced straight towards the blood dragon. Clang! A loud sound rang out. The golden light that Yang Kai had transformed into paused for a moment, and retreated a few steps. However, this confrontation caused the Gorfine dragon to stumble back. His expression was no longer as relaxed as before, and he could no longer completely suppress Yang Kai. Tick-tock, tick-tock, a few rhythmic sounds were heard. It was the sound of blood dripping from Shuejiao's fist. In this confrontation, the blood flood dragon had been injured. The metal sword chi was incomparably sharp, and could cut through anything. Although Yang Kai had not yet cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the highest level, he had still reached the minor accomplishment stage. So as soon as the metal sword chi appeared, he instantly reversed the situation. So mediocre. Although the blood flood dragon was shocked by Yang Kai's methods, he could not allow himself to be at a disadvantage, so he shook off the blood on his hand and sneered. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned. Then I asked Blood Flood Dragon Tribal Lord to wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of light suddenly appeared on his body. This layer of light was different from the golden one from before. It was an earthen yellow. Earth Sword Chi. The earth attribute was heavy, and the earth sword chi could form a wall of sword chi, which could be used as a strong and powerful defense. Moreover, in the 5 elements, earth gave birth to metal, so as soon as the earth sword chi appeared, it instantly resonated with the metal sword chi. Not only did it not cover up the sharpness of the metal sword chi, but it instead strengthened it. Yang Kai's body was wrapped in a 2-colored light, and his figure flickered as he arrived in front of the blood flood dragon. Staring at him coldly, he raised his hand and chopped down. The blood flood dragon's eyes narrowed, and he raised his arm to block. Shuejiao let out a low roar and retreated. Suddenly, 2-foot-long wounds appeared on his arms. Blood spurted out from the wounds like a fountain, and instantly dyed his clothes red. The wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen, and his flesh was overturned, looking extremely shocking. The pain made the blood flood dragon furious, and anger devoured his soul. He roared, "Brat, don't be too arrogant." The monster clan had this drawback. Once they were angry, they would slowly lose their minds and follow their instincts. Even though the blood flood dragon was a powerful tribal lord, this characteristic hidden in his bones had not changed. It was just that compared to ordinary monster clan members, he could control his emotions better. But at this moment, under the premise of using the flood dragon transformation technique, he was still hit twice by Yang Kai, which made him a little angry out of shame. His figure flickered, and he directly turned into a blood-red flood dragon more than 100 feet long, covered in scales. His 2 bell-like blood-red eyes glared at Yang Kai, and he opened his mouth, spewing out a blood-red beam of light towards Yang Kai. Blood flood dragon body. In the clouds, Bahi's eyes narrowed. He never expected that Yang Kai could still force the blood flood dragon to such an extent after being careless, and even falling into a disadvantageous position. The flood dragon transformation technique was a method for the blood flood dragon to enhance his strength, but it only stimulated some of the ancestral power in his body. The blood flood dragon body, however, was fully stimulated, returning to the form of the blood flood dragon clan tens of thousands of years ago. Forcing the blood flood dragon to show this form meant that he was going to go all out. The blood-red beam of light shot straight towards Yang Kai's face. It was extremely thick, and if Yang Kai was hit by it, he would likely be completely wrapped up in it. The blood-red beam of light not only gave off a nauseating aura, but also an unparalleled corrosive power. Even a second-order origin king would not be able to survive if struck by it. Yang Kai still did not dodge and simply shouted, "Water, come!" As soon as his words fell, a layer of blue light emerged and wrapped him up. This blue light was like the color of the sea, and the power that wrapped Yang Kai was obviously not very strong, but it gave off an extremely reliable feeling. It was as if Yang Kai was completely submerged in the sea, and no matter how violent the outside world was, he would remain motionless. The blood-red beam of light arrived as expected, pierced through the sky, and submerged Yang Kai. The blood-flood dragon's eyes flashed fiercely as he stared forward, sensing Yang Kai's vitality fluctuations. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something inconceivable, his eyes widened as he shouted, "Not good!" After transforming into his blood-flood dragon form, this shout was like a thunderclap that swept across the world. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure charged out from the blood-red light pillar. Ignoring the powerful blood-red light pillar, he fiercely punched towards the Blood Jiao's huge head. Who else could this figure be but Yang Kai? However, at this moment, Yang Kai's body was no longer shrouded in 3 colors but 4. In addition to the initial golden, earthy, and blue colors, there was now a layer of fiery red, like a burning flame. Yang Kai's aura had also risen more than 10 times compared to before. It seemed that as the colors on his body increased, his strength was also being unsealed step by step, as if there was no limit. Hong. The fist smashed into the blood-flood dragon's head, causing a scream to resound through the sky as the blood-flood dragon's huge body was sent flying backwards by this force, howling miserably. After retreating more than a dozen miles, Shuejiao barely managed to stabilize his body. However, there was a burnt fist mark on his huge head. Around the fist mark, there were traces of flames burning. No matter how Shuejiao tried to use his blood qi, he could not extinguish the flames. "What kind of fire is this?" The blood-flood dragon cried out in horror. "Sun's true fire." Yang Kai grinned. Hearing this, the blood-flood dragon's face changed dramatically. Sun's true fire was a flame born at the core of the burning sun in the star field. Together with the nirvana flame of the ancient divine spirit Phoenix, it was known as the world's 2 great divine fires, and could burn all things in the world. If one was contaminated by this divine fire, unless they were extinguished with a corresponding level of water attribute treasure, or refined into one's body, it was impossible to remove it. The Gorfine dragon's eyes revealed a look of despair. The true sun fire on its head suddenly became fierce, and enveloped the Gorfine dragon's huge body. With a series of screams, the blood-flood dragon seemed to be suffering unimaginable torture. Yang Kai's expression changed, not showing the slightest joy after defeating a master in the same realm as him. Instead, he stared at the sun's true fire wrapped around the blood-flood dragon with a strange expression for a moment before smiling. "So that's how it is. It looks like you've already noticed." Qian Yan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, and the moment this voice rang out, the blood-flood dragon that was being burned by the sun's true fire turned into a silver light and dissipated from the world. Yang Kai turned his head towards the source of the voice and found that not far away, the blood-flood dragon was floating in the air, safe and sound, but his eyes were filled with fear. Next to him, Qian Yan was also staring at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. "When did you attack me? I didn't even notice." Yang Kai looked at Qian Yan with interest. Not long ago, he thought that the blood-flood dragon had been hit, but the moment he was burned by the sun's true fire, he suddenly understood the truth. What was being burned was not the blood-flood dragon's real body, but his own illusion. There was only one person present who was capable of silently causing him to hallucinate without him noticing, and that was Thousand-Eyed Tribal Lord. "Do you think I'll tell you?" Qian Yan asked solemnly. Yang Kai sneered. "When I was wrapped in the blood-red beam of light." The heaven-breaking moon pupil really lives up to its reputation. This Yang has learned a lot. Chapter 1888. Hearing Yang Kai call out the name of his greatest divine technique, Qian Yan's expression changed slightly, But when he remembered that he was related to Qiyu, he quickly relaxed. The reason he was called Qianyan Tribal Lord was because of the existence of the heaven-breaking moon pupil. This was an innate talent and a divine technique unique to the Qianyan clan. No other creature could learn it, and it was his greatest reliance. Others did not know about the existence of the heaven-breaking moon pupil, but since Yang Kai was so familiar with Qiyu, he would naturally have heard about it from her. So Qianyan was not surprised. With a dignified expression, he looked at the four-colored halo around Yang Kai's body and said, "Your Excellency's secret technique encompasses all 5 elements, right? Now that you have 4, why not display all 5? Shuejiao alone is not your opponent, so this king will join forces with him. If you don't show it now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Then as you wish." As soon as these words fell, the final layer of blue light rippled outwards. Yang Kai's already tyrannical momentum increased by a few notches. Qianyan and Shuejiao both wore solemn expressions. The 5 elements sword qi lingered around Yang Kai's body, mutually reinforcing and suppressing each other. Not only did they look extremely dazzling, but they also gave off an extremely strong pressure. "Is this your strongest strength?" Qianyan's expression was dignified as he sneered, his words attacking Yang Kai's momentum and confidence. "If that's all you've got, then you should obediently retreat. It's better for you to obediently retreat, lest we hurt each other later." "So much nonsense. If I were to tell you, your sons died at my hands, would you still want me to retreat?" Yang Kai stared forward coldly. "What?" Qianyan looked angry. "What did you just say?" Shuejiao suddenly thought of something and shouted, "So it was you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. So it turned out to be you. You little bastard." "Shuejiao, speak clearly." Qianyan's silver eyes flashed with murderous intent as he turned to look at Shuejiao. "You still haven't figured it out? This guy is the human who set off from Monster Star a few years ago and went to the blood prison trial with Shuelian and Mi Tian." Shuejiao grit his teeth and roared, "Impossible." Qianyan's face changed drastically. Only origin-returning realm masters can participate in the blood prison trial. How did he break through to the second-order origin king realm? Qianyan froze for a moment before turning to Yang Kai again and nodding. Good. This king was just worried about finding the murderer of my son Mi Tian. Since you've taken the initiative to appear in front of me today, there's no need for you to leave." "That's more like it." Yang Kai laughed. "Shuejiao, attack. Today we won't rest until one of us is dead." Qianyan was completely furious and waved his hand before rushing towards Yang Kai. In the middle of the journey, he suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. On the other hand, Shuejiao seemed to be used to this scene. He was not disturbed by Qianyan's disappearance, and instead rushed towards Yang Kai even more aggressively. Shuejiao's huge body swayed, and before he even reached Yang Kai, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai sneered, "This move is useless against me." "No need." Shuejiao coldly snorted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flickered as he leapt up and arrived directly at Yang Kai's right side, his huge tail sweeping out fiercely. The scales on this tail stood erect. It was like a sharp blade, and if one was struck by it, they would definitely suffer. Yang Kai easily avoided them, but before he could regain his footing though, his brow suddenly furrowed. Without moving, Yang Kai released his territory, locking down the space around him in a 10-meter radius. Behind him, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was naturally Qianyan who had disappeared before. At this moment, Qianyan stabbed his fingers directly towards the back of Yang Kai's head. However, after being blocked by the Origin King's territory domain, Qianyan's offensive paused for a moment. Not showing any weakness, Qianyan also released his own territory domain to neutralize Yang Kai's territory domain, while continuing to attack. Yang Kai flicked his hand and summoned out his dragon bone sword before sweeping it behind him. Qianyan frowned and had no choice but to give up his attack and retreat quickly. He did not want to be swept by the dragon bone sword. Although the dragon bone sword had no edge, anyone could see that it was an Origin King grade artifact. Being struck by such a weapon was destined to be disastrous. "You want to run?" "Too naive." Yang Kai shouted coldly as he suddenly increased the power of his territory domain. *1. The heavens and earth trembled as tiny cracks suddenly appeared one after another in the sky within a radius of 100 feet that he had locked onto. They were densely packed and innumerable. Qian Yan was shocked, never having expected that Yang Kai's territory domain would be so terrifying. Not only was it more condensed and powerful than his own territory domain, but it also contained a special kind of power. This power was capable of causing the surrounding space to collapse, forming a series of deadly void cracks. Don't panic. At the critical moment, Shuejiao shouted and released his own territory domain, merging it with Qian Yan's territory domain to resist Yang Kai's space force. *Kacha. The surrounding space became more and more unstable, as if it would collapse at any moment. Shuejiao stretched out his claw, allowing the countless void cracks to cut into his claw as he grabbed Qian Yan, who was wrapped in his territory domain, and pulled him back. A series of crackling sounds rang out, within the range of the superimposed domains of the 3 second-order origin kings. Space shattered like a mirror, revealing a vast expanse of the void. This expanse of the void was completely empty and dark, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. This void black hole did not last long though. Under the power of Monster Star's world principles, it quickly repaired itself and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. The two monster race tribal lords retreated in unison, their hearts shaking as their expressions filled with shock. 2 against 1, yet they were still at a disadvantage. This was something they would never have imagined before. But today, it was happening right under their noses. 2 human race origin kings. Were they all so powerful? Qian Yan and Shuejiao had a horrifying thought in their hearts. If this was the case, how could there still be a place for the monster race in this star territory? Any random second-order origin king from the human race would be able to raise Monster Star to the ground. The monster race would be driven out of this last paradise. Go all out, Shuejiao, Qian Yan quickly said, knowing that if he did not go all out, it would be impossible for him to defeat Yang Kai. When Yang Kai came here, he had said to Qiyu that he would have no problem protecting himself. At that time, Qian Yan thought he was being arrogant. But now he realized that not only was the other party not arrogant, he was actually quite modest. Not only would he have no problem protecting himself, but he would also have the absolute upper hand. Good, Shuejiao roared and suddenly opened his mouth. From his mouth, he spat out a fist-sized bead. A monster core. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, knowing that Shuejiao was really going all out. Monster race cultivators all had monster cores, but they would never use them lightly, because their monster cores were the essence of their life, and the source of their combat power. If their monster core was damaged or lost, it might not be enough to kill a monster race cultivator, but it would definitely cause their strength to plummet. And if the situation was serious, it would be impossible for them to improve in the future. As such, no monster race cultivator would release their monster core in battle, unless they had no other choice. Shuejiao spat out his monster core. He was really going all out, and what he was about to show was his most powerful card. Shuejiao was a second-order origin king. His monster core was extremely rare even in the entire star territory. And with this kind of monster core as a pill spirit, he could definitely refine the best origin king grade spirit pill. What's more, Shuejiao's body could also be refined into a blood beast. A second-order origin king blood beast, with the bloodline of an ancient variant beast, was definitely not ordinary. Yang Kai was already planning how to refine Shuejiao in his heart. Unlike Shuejiao, Qian Yan did not spit out his monster core, and instead let out a loud roar. In the next moment, his whole body suddenly became extremely fat. The originally feminine Qian Yan suddenly underwent a huge change at this moment. He now looked like a round ball. His clothes burst open, revealing his upper body. Yang Kai stared at him intently. Yang Kai could not help feeling his scalp go numb, because he found that there were many eyes on Qian Yan's upper body, each of which exuded a silver light that blinked from time to time and stared towards him with malicious intent. Counting these eyes, Yang Kai found that there were 70 to 80 of them, each of which exuded a mysterious aura. Being able to force this king to show such a form, you should be proud. Qian Yin shouted coldly as he formed a series of seals with his hands, his expression suddenly becoming solemn. In the next moment, all of the eyes on his body, as well as the two he already had, bloomed with a silver light. This silver light then converged into a single beam, and a full moon appeared behind Qian Yan's back. After the silver light poured into the full moon, it flickered slightly, as if it had come to life. A creepy feeling swept through Yang Kai's body. Looking around, he suddenly found that there was nothing around him except for the silver moon hanging high in the sky. This silver moon was like a huge eye, high above, overlooking him. The brilliance of the silver moon scattered and penetrated Yang Kai's knowledge sea, slowing his thoughts and causing his strength to slowly dissipate. The brilliance of this silver moon not only affected his mind, but also his physical body. Yang Kai was startled and knew that he could not underestimate any origin king. Not daring to be negligent, he took a deep breath, bit his fingertip, and wiped his left eye. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from his left eye. His left eye had completely transformed into a dignified golden vertical pupil. The pupil was long and narrow, and it carried an aura of destruction. It was terrifying to look at. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai frantically poured his spiritual energy into his left eye to stimulate the power of his Demon Eye of Annihilation, and stared directly at the silver moon hanging high in the sky. No matter how magical this silver moon was, it was based on Qian Yan's strength. As long as he could suppress Qian Yan's strength, this silver moon would collapse on its own. Chapter 1889. The heaven-breaking moon pupil carried the power of the heaven-breaking moon pupil, while the Demon Eye of Annihilation carried the aura of destruction. These two strange eye forces collided in this illusory space. Surging spiritual energy sputtered in all directions as Yang Kai poured his spiritual energy into the terrifying golden light in his left eye, condensing it into a beam of golden light that shot towards the silver moon in the sky. The silver moon shook slightly and seemed to show signs of instability, but in the next moment, the silver moon returned to normal. Silver light scattered from the silver moon like thousands of willows, hanging straight down to meet the golden light of annihilation. Gold and silver light collided in the void. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of violent explosions rang out, one after the other. Yang Kai's body shook violently. Although Yang Kai could not see where Qian Yan was for the time being, and did not know how he was faring, in this kind of head-on confrontation between spiritual energy and eye force, Qian Yan was definitely not having a good time. This competition was not only a contest of control over one's eye force, but also the strength of one's spiritual energy. In terms of eye force, Yang Kai's Demon Eye of Annihilation might not be as good as Qian Yan's heaven-breaking moon pupil, but this was not to say that the grade of his Demon Eye of Annihilation was inferior, but rather that Yang Kai's Demon Eye of Annihilation was an inheritance he had inherited, not something he was born with. How could his Demon Eye of Annihilation compare to Qian Yan's? This was a natural shortcoming. However, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was definitely stronger than Qian Yan's. After all, the soul-warming lotus had been nourishing his soul for so many years, and now his spiritual energy was not inferior to a third-order origin king's. Like this, Yang Kai lost ground. The two of them were evenly matched, and as far as the eye could see, the gold and silver lights were locked in a stalemate midair. One retreating, one advancing, one retreating, one advancing, one retreating. The power of his divine sense was like a flood bursting out of a dam, fiercely bursting forth. From Yang Kai's left eye, blood rolled down and dyed half of his cheek a golden hue, making him look both strange and ferocious. Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. If it was just a one-on-one fight between him and Qian Yan, there was no harm in a one-on-one fight. Either way, whoever could last until the end would be the victor. At worst, both sides would suffer great losses. But at this moment, he was fighting one against two. In addition to Qian Yan, there was also Shuejiao. Yang Kai didn't believe that Shuejiao would let go of such a good opportunity to attack him. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath. With a thought, he used half of his soul consciousness to activate his most powerful soul secret technique. He shouted, "Blossoming Lotus!" As soon as the flower appeared, it disappeared in a flash. Above the silver moon hanging high in the sky, the lotus flower from before strangely appeared. The flower bud was like a bottomless pit, madly absorbing Qianyan's spiritual energy without any bottom line. As it absorbed more and more spiritual energy, the flower bud slowly bloomed. As far as the eye could see, the silver moon seemed to have turned into a lotus flower. The time had come, and it was about to reveal its most beautiful moment. An incredulous howl and roar rang out as the silver moon in the sky began to distort, but no matter how it tried, it could not escape the entanglement of the lotus flower. In just 3 breaths of time, half of the lotus flower had bloomed, and the power of the silver moon, that was resisting the golden light of destruction, was greatly reduced. Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he fiercely pushed his divine sense to suppress the other side. Pung. With a crisp sound, the huge silver moon in the sky shattered like a plate. Ah! Qianyan howled at the same time. The illusion surrounding Yang Kai was suddenly broken, allowing him to return to the previous scene. Before Yang Kai could recover, he felt a chill run down his spine, and his pores involuntarily shrink as an aura of death enveloped him. "Boy, why haven't you dodged yet?" Qiyu's tender voice reached his ears. "Dodge? Where would I dodge?" Shuejiao laughed. "Qiyu, you can block one of my moves, but I'd like to see if you can block a second. If you don't come out of seclusion, this boy will die." As he spoke, a fist-sized blood-colored bead containing enough power to destroy both heaven and earth shot towards Yang Kai's chest. This blood-colored bead contained an unimaginable violent aura and a surging vitality. This was none other than the monster core Shuejiao had spat out before. He also knew that Yang Kai's physique was extremely powerful, and that ordinary attacks would not necessarily have any effect on him. So the moment Yang Kai was trapped by Qianyan's heaven-shattering moon pupil, he had summoned his monster core to attack Yang Kai. The monster core of a monster race cultivator was much more powerful than an artifact of the same rank. So even if Yang Kai's physique was extremely tough, he would still end up seriously injured, perhaps even losing his life. This monster core was not big, but it was like a mountain as it flew straight towards Yang Kai at an incredible speed. By the time Yang Kai regained his composure, the monster core was already less than 3 inches away from him. Fighting Qianyan so quickly had consumed a great deal of Yang Kai's divine sense. So at this critical moment, Yang Kai felt like his head was about to explode, and his entire body was shaking, making it impossible for him to use his space force to teleport away. Seeing that the monster core was about to hit him, Yang Kai grit his teeth and summoned something with a thought. A scale-like object the size of a palm suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's chest. The scales were covered with complicated patterns. They looked ferocious and mysterious, and they gave off an extremely ancient and desolate feeling. The monster core arrived as scheduled. Kong. Yang Kai was sent flying by a huge force. Seeing this scene, Shuejiao could not help feeling overjoyed. Just as he was looking forward to seeing whether Yang Kai was alive or dead, an extremely fragile cracking sound entered his ears. When this sound rang out, Shuejiao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His complexion changed drastically as he involuntarily opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his momentum suddenly weakening. "My monster core!" Shuejiao cried out with a pale face as he hurriedly fixed his eyes on the object and could not help feeling his soul leave his body. A crack had appeared on his monster core. Although this crack was very small, monster cores were so important to monster race cultivators that even such a small crack had caused Shuejiao to suffer heavy losses. Shuejiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to understand what kind of method Yang Kai had just used to cause such damage to his monster core. Shuejiao vaguely saw what was happening and felt like it was a scale-like object, but he couldn't see it clearly. In any case, the most important thing was to retrieve his monster core. Shuejiao wanted to summon his monster core back, but before he could do so, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of his monster core, stretched out his hand and grabbed it. Shuejiao roared. Don't even think about it. Saying so, he desperately pushed his strength, trying to summon his monster core back. In an instant, the monster core of a second-order origin king seemed to come to life and began thrashing about in Yang Kai's hand, becoming extremely restless. The strength of the monster core was so great that Yang Kai almost failed to grasp it. Dragon transformation! Yang Kai roared, accompanied by a loud dragon roar as his arms suddenly expanded and condensed into dragon scales from his Saint Chi, transforming it into a sharp dragon claw. A rolling dragon pressure filled the air. Shuejiao suddenly froze in place, not daring to move as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, his mouth wide open, as if he wanted to say something but was unable to do so. Only shock remained in his eyes. As for the originally restless monster core, it didn't dare to act rashly the moment the dragon pressure was revealed. Instead, it trembled in Yang Kai's hand, as if it was instinctively afraid of him. True dragon source. You actually have a true dragon source. To the side, Qian Yan's exclamation rang out as the nearly 100 eyes on his body trembled as he stared incredulously at Yang Kai. His confrontation with Yang Kai had caused him some serious injuries, especially after taking a direct hit from his blossoming lotus secret technique. His spiritual energy had almost dried up, and he had been hoping that Shuejiao would be able to help him vent his anger. But how could he have known that Yang Kai could still increase his strength? What's more, the power Yang Kai displayed this time was a true dragon source that all monster race cultivators coveted. You, a mere human, actually have the power of a true dragon source? Qian Yan's voice was extremely strange, filled with anger, jealousy, and doubt. And you can even use this power? Qian Yan could not help feeling a strong sense of powerlessness. The more he fought with Yang Kai, the more he could not see where Yang Kai's bottom line was. Even if Yang Kai was using his true dragon source now, Qian Yan faintly felt that this was not his most powerful strength. This human still seemed to have some hidden cards. What kind of true dragon source do you have? Qian Yan's eyes bulged as he asked. Do you think I'll tell you? Yang Kai smiled sarcastically as he stretched out his hand and tossed the monster core in his hand. Strangely enough, this monster core was originally quite unstable, but after Yang Kai displayed his golden divine dragon source, it actually became more obedient than a rabbit. Even after being tossed around like this, it did not dare to fly away. To the side, Shuejiao was already trembling. This could not be helped as the Flood Dragon clan was originally a descendant of the true dragon. What Yang Kai was displaying at this moment was not only the purest true dragon source, but also the most powerful golden divine dragon source. This was an innate and absolute suppression towards Shuejiao. As such, Shuejiao's performance was much worse than Qian Yan's. While playing with Shuejiao's monster core, Yang Kai stared at Shuejiao and Qian Yan with great interest. The look in his eyes caused the two tribal lords to feel a chill run down their spines, not knowing what he was thinking. In fact, Yang Kai was now debating whether to kill them directly and refine them into blood beasts, or to take their monster cores and then refine them into blood beasts. The monster cores of second-order origin kings were extremely rare and precious, but a blood beast without a monster core would have its strength greatly reduced. But if he completely refined them into blood beasts without a monster core, this made Yang Kai somewhat hesitant and difficult to choose, not knowing what to do. Just as he was feeling conflicted, Chiyu's voice suddenly came from Half Moon Mountain. Boy, let them go. Chapter 1890. As soon as Chiyu's words came out, not only was Yang Kai stunned for a moment, but even Shuejiao and Qian Yan were surprised and turned to look at Half Moon Mountain. No one had expected Chiyu to say such a thing. After a long time, Yang Kai frowned and asked, Senior, what do you mean? Let them go. Chiyu's voice was extremely indifferent, without any resentment or anger, as if she was just speaking normally. Although Shuejiao and Qian Yan have offended me, they are still monster race tribal lords. If they die here, the strength of the monster race will inevitably plummet, which will be detrimental to my monster star. Hearing her say this, Shuejiao and Qian Yan couldn't help showing a look of excitement, but also a little shame. Compared with Qi Yu's magnanimity towards the monster race and monster star, they felt that they were a little too narrow-minded. Beating a snake to death isn't the best way to deal with it. Letting the tiger return to the mountain will only cause future trouble. Senior, have you thought this through? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Xue Jiao and Qian Yin immediately glared at Yang Kai, thinking that Qi Yu was willing to let them go. So what was a human outsider trying to do? Qi Yu simply said, "Why do I need you to teach me this? After this lesson, they will need to go into retreat for at least 10 years to recover. After 10 years? Haha, if I tell them to go east, will they dare to go west?" Xue Jiao and Qian Yin glanced at each other, their expressions extremely ugly. Although they were unwilling, they knew that what Qi Yu said was true. Although Qi Yu had only attacked once, the two Fiend Lords could vaguely feel that Qi Yu's realm was close to the Fiend King realm. She just needed a little more time. If she had just a bit more time, she would definitely become the Monster King of Monster Star. At that time, Xue Jiao and Qian Yin really wouldn't dare to resist, and could only submit to Qi Yu. The monster race had always respected the strong. There was no reason to speak of. At this point, Xue Jiao and Qian Yin were like deflated balloons, no longer having any fighting spirit. Cupping their fists, they weakly declared, "If we can escape this disaster today, we will follow your Highness Monster King's lead in the future." They had even changed the way they addressed Red Moon. Your attitude changed very quickly. Yang Kai looked at them in surprise. Xue Jiao and Qian Yin both blushed. They all glared at Yang Kai. "Since all of you are aware of this, then let's go. Then I will spare your lives today." Qi Yu coldly snorted. "Many thanks, Your Highness." Xue Jiao and Qian Yin were overjoyed, and quickly expressed their gratitude. Yang Kai grinned. "Don't be so happy. Senior Qi Yu said that he would let you go, but I didn't. Your lives are still in my hands." "Boy, what do you want?" Qian Yin asked angrily. He shouted. Xue Jiao's face was ashen. However, his Naiden was still in Yang Kai's hands, so even if he was unhappy, he didn't dare to say anything. "I want to eliminate them completely." Yang Kai smiled evilly. Qian Yin and Xue Jiao both took a few steps back. He looked at Yang Kai warily. "Ha!" Qi Yu sighed. "Kid, don't scare them. Tell me, what do you want in order to let them go? If you really want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, you wouldn't have said so much nonsense." "Senior, you've misunderstood me. I really want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. I don't want any benefits. After all, their sons died in my hands. This enmity can't be easily resolved. They have so many children. What's the big deal about 2 of them dying?" Qi Yu sneered. Although Qian Yin and Xue Jiao's expressions were ugly, they still nodded vigorously. "Is that so?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and thought for a while before saying, "If they swear that they won't seek revenge against me in the future, I can let them go." Qian Yin and Xue Jiao exchanged a glance, not daring to neglect. Both of them swore in the name of their monster race ancestors that they would never seek trouble with Yang Kai in the future. Qi Yu nodded. "Although my monster race is brutal and warlike, an oath made in the name of our monster ancestor is extremely credible. No monster race member dares violate such an oath, otherwise, they will be hunted down by the entire monster race." "Good, you can go." Yang Kai grinned and waved to Xue Jiao and Qian Yin. Xue Jiao stared at Yang Kai eagerly. "My monster core." "I'll keep the monster core." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Then you can just kill me," Xue Jiao said angrily. Qi Yu said, "Boy, don't make trouble, give his monster core back to him." Yang Kai wore a speechless look. "Senior, I fought for so long. How can I not get any benefits at all? The price I paid wasn't small either." "Little bastard. So you were waiting for this queen." Qi Yu suddenly seemed to understand something and gritted her teeth. "Senior, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand," Yang Kai said with an innocent expression. "Tell me, what benefits do you want?" "I only want this monster core," Yang Kai said with a firm expression. "Your Highness Monster King, you have to give me justice." Xue Jiao looked towards Half Moon Mountain pitifully, on the verge of tears. He had cultivated for thousands of years, and it was not easy for him to reach his current cultivation. If his monster core was taken away by Yang Kai, his cultivation would definitely fall below the origin returning realm, and it would be impossible for him to advance in the future. This kind of thing was worse than death for him. As such, he could only turn to Chiyu for help. Enough! Chiyu was extremely annoyed. Boy, give his monster core back to him, and I can give you 3 first-order Origin King monster cores. How about 5? Yongkai bargained. It looks like you don't want to see Qing Luo again in the future. Although Chiyu's words were soft, anyone could imagine from her tone that she was gnashing her teeth at the moment. Since Senior has spoken, then so be it. Yongkai looked like he had suffered a big loss as he threw the monster core in his hand to Shuejiao. Shuejiao caught it in a hurry, checked it carefully, and swallowed it after confirming there was nothing wrong with it before breathing a sigh of relief. Scram, if there's a next time, you'll be killed without mercy. Qi shouted. Qian Yan and Shuejiao trembled, and didn't dare to say anything, cupping their fists and bidding farewell. After they left, Chiyu snorted. Smelly brat, you dare blackmail this queen? Just you wait. Yongkai grinned meaningfully. Come in first. As soon as Chiyu's voice fell, a crack immediately appeared in the barrier around Half Moon Mountain, leading straight inside. From the clouds, the 2 starships also sailed down. A moment later, Yongkai and the 2 starships entered Half Moon Mountain together and docked in a square. Ba He, Yu Xiong, Shin Tu, and the others walked out one after another, all of them looking at Yongkai as if they were looking at a monster. Yu Xiong, on the other hand, gave Yongkai a thumbs up with a look of admiration. The battle between Yongkai and the 2 tribal lords just now was clearly witnessed by all of them from above the clouds. Both were second-order Origin Kings. 1 against 2. Not only did he gain the upper hand, but he also controlled the life and death of his enemies in the end. This was simply too incredible. It was likely that even a third-order Origin King would not be able to achieve such a feat. Yongkai was just a second-order Origin King. Moreover, a few years ago, he was just an Origin returning realm master. In other words, he had only broken through recently, yet he now possessed such combat power. After his realm stabilized, wouldn't he be comparable to a third-order master? Shin Tu and the others were also shocked. Although Yongkai had fought with a master like Kuang Shizong in Purple Star City before, the 2 of them had not really fought. But at that time, the 2 of them didn't really fight. Yongkai just used a lot of help and threatened to destroy Purple Star to force Kuang Shizong to compromise. It was completely different from this head-on collision. Tribal Lord, Master has ordered that it is not convenient for her to see you today, so you should stay here for a few days until her Yuan Qi stabilizes. Ba He stepped forward and said to Yongkai. No problem, Yongkai nodded. He also knew that Qi Yu was in secluded retreat and would inevitably be affected by today's events. This impact should not be too great, but it would still take some time for her to recover. As such, he did not pay too much attention to it. Immediately, under the arrangements of Ba He and the others, the people from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Yongkai settled down on Half Moon Mountain. There was no special treatment, and after moving in, no one paid them any attention. Yongkai found that his place was not far from Shanqing Luo's residence, and knew that this was deliberately arranged by Chiyu. At night, when everything was quiet, Yongkai sat cross-legged in his room, his divine sense drifting as he carefully probed Shanqing Luo's loft. Today's battle had been quite a big one, but it still did not affect Shanqing Luo, not even disturbing her. It was obvious that she was at a critical juncture of her retreat at this moment, and had blocked all perception of the outside world. Outside Shanqing Luo's loft, there were several powerful barriers protecting it. However, in front of Yongkai's divine sense, these barriers were not difficult at all, and he was able to easily break through them. In the room on the second floor of the loft, Yongkai saw Shanqing Luo. This former beguiling demon queen was even more elegant than before. In the past, the beguiling demon queen was enough to charm the world and captivate all living beings. But with the improvement of her cultivation and the integration of the heavenly moon demon spider source, this dragon lady bloomed with an amazing charm. Even a man with a strong mind like Yongkai could not help feeling slightly dazed when he saw her. Her whole body seemed to be transformed into a huge vortex, and her unimaginable charm could swallow any man's gaze and divine sense, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves. At this moment, Shanqing Luo was sitting cross-legged on the ground, her pair of white arms exposed to the air, her jade-white hands forming a mysterious seal. Yang Kai's attention involuntarily lingered on those white arms for a while. Below Shanqing Luo's body, there was a spirit array operating, while in front of her, there were several territory stones. As the spirit array operated, the energy in these territory stones was constantly being drawn out and poured into her body. Around Shanqing Luo's body, a trace of a territory field was forming, and a faint territory power was constantly emerging. The most difficult thing for an Origin Returning Realm cultivator to break through to the Origin King realm was not the accumulation of Saint Qi, but the comprehension of one's territory. Only by comprehending the mysteries of this territory could a cultivator break through this shackle and reach a new realm. Before this, an Origin Returning Realm cultivator needed to condense their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage and slowly transform it into a territory field. After observing for a while, Yang Kai showed a happy look. Shanqing Luo, this dragon lady, was worthy of having absorbed the heavenly moon demon spider source. Her aptitude was completely different from before. Now that her Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and she had touched the threshold of her territory field, as long as she had enough time and opportunity, she could break through to the Origin King realm. Chapter 1891. Among the women Yang Kai knew in his early years, the one with the most outstanding aptitude was little senior sister Xia Ningchang. After all, she had a special constitution, the sacred spirit medicine body, which gave her an advantage that ordinary people could not match and gave her an infinite future. Next was the beguiling demon queen Shanqing Luo. This dragon lady also had a special constitution, but her physique was slightly flawed and was not as useful as Xia Ningchang's. As for High Heaven Pavilion's great senior sister Su Yan, she was ranked third. This was a natural disadvantage, not because Su Yan's aptitude was really bad. But now, it seemed that these three women were all top-tier aptitudes, and were on par with each other. Needless to say, after obtaining the sacred spirit medicine body, Xia Ningchang had refined Tongxian Realm's star source and become its master. She was closely related to Tongxian Realm, sharing both honor and disgrace. The future of any star master was bright and extraordinary. Shanqing Luo had absorbed the source of the ancient spirit beast, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, which not only made up for the flaws in her physique, but also improved her aptitude. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was not an ordinary existence. Although it was not a type of divine spirit, it still had the power to fight against divine spirits in ancient times. It was also an overlord-level existence in ancient times, and could not be underestimated. As for Su Yan, she had the Ice Phoenix source and cultivated the Ice Heart secret art in Ice Heart Valley. She had acquired the Ice Crystal Jade body, entered the Heavenly Fortune Frozen Pond, and obtained the Profound Frost Divine sword left behind by Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder Bing Yin. In terms of aptitude and potential, she was no worse than the other two. The best proof of this was that the cultivations of these three women were all at the peak of the third-order Origin Returning Realm. Shanqing Luo had already begun preparing to break through to the Origin King realm on Monster Star, and Yang Kai believed that Su Yan and Xia Ningchang had not been idle in High Heaven sect. Now that Shadowed Star was no longer suppressed by the world principles, as long as they were fully prepared, the two women would definitely be able to break through to the Origin King realm smoothly. Thinking so, Yang Kai showed a smile. He suddenly discovered something. The women close to him, their strength seemed to be about the same, even Shuiyu. He just didn't know who would come out on top if they were to fight. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. He quickly shook his head. He dispelled this frightening thought from his mind. If these four people were to fight, Yang Kai reckoned that he would have to avoid them and run as far as he could. Shanqing Luo was at the critical moment of breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't disturb her. He just silently observed her for a while. After confirming that everything was going well, he withdrew his divine sense. Just as Yang Kai was about to calm down and adjust his breathing, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked out the door. In the next moment he revealed a faint smile. There seemed to be some movement outside the door. Yang Kai waved his hand and the door opened. A delicate cry was heard, and a figure stumbled into the room. Bang! The door was closed again. The newcomer seemed to be a little vigilant as she looked around, but after discovering Yang Kai staring at her with a smile, she couldn't help snorting angrily. "If you're here, come in. What are you doing sneaking around outside?" Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he got up and beckoned to the woman opposite him, before pouring her a glass of water. The newcomer was none other than Biluo, the maidservant who had been following Shanqing Luo. Biluo had been with Shanqing Luo since the ash-gray cloud evil land's fragrant city. After that, when they passed through the altar and entered Monster Star, she had also accompanied Shanqing Luo. Last time, she had even followed Shanqing Luo into the Emperor Garden for life experience. Yang Kai had a deep impression of this woman, who didn't like men, and only had a special preference for women of the same sex. "Who's sneaking around?" Biluo snorted, her pair of phoenix eyes glaring at Yang Kai as if she wanted to kill him. "You're the one who's hateful. Since you found out it was me, why didn't you call out to me before suddenly opening the door? Trying to scare me? And it's my fault. Sit down and drink some tea." Yang Kai naturally wasn't stupid enough to bicker with her, and simply gestured. Biluo sat down angrily, picked up the teacup, and drank it in one gulp before sitting there without saying a word. Yang Kai waited for a while, not knowing why she had come to find him, but just as he was about to ask, Biluo suddenly raised her head, a strange light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes as she stared at him with a somewhat excited expression. "I heard from Big Bear that you're already a second-order origin king." Big Bear? Yang Kai showed a strange look, but the figure of his cheap brother-in-law, Yu Xiong, immediately appeared in his mind, causing him to smile and nod. "Yes. No wonder you look so much more majestic than before." Biluo stretched out her jade-white hand and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a cheerful expression. "Queen Master really didn't misjudge you, young man. You have a promising future." She had a calm look on her face, as if she was taking this matter very seriously. Yang Kai smiled slightly. With his current status and cultivation base, aside from a few old freaks who had died of old age, Jadefall was probably the only one who dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, Yang Kai wasn't annoyed, and instead felt a little happy. After all, both of them had come from the central capital, so there was a natural sense of intimacy between them. Continue to work hard. A man should have great strength, otherwise, how can you protect Queen Master in the future? Yes, yes, yes. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, showing a look of enlightenment. Biluo squinted at him, her eyes flashing, seemingly very satisfied with his performance. However, Yang Kai keenly noticed that under Biluo's seemingly happy face, there was a slight sense of loss. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai understood why Biluo was like this. After thinking about it for a moment, he smiled and said, "You're not bad yourself. You're now a first-order origin returning realm master." Biluo's aptitude wasn't actually very good. Even in the central capital, she would only be considered above average. Looking at the entire star territory, her aptitude would barely rank as average. However, she followed Shanqing Luo through the altar to Monster Star. After encountering the remains of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, when Shanqing Luo absorbed the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's source, she also obtained some benefits. Supplemented by the materials provided by Red Moon Territory, she was able to reach the origin returning realm today. Otherwise, she would probably be a Saint King realm master right now, perhaps just a first or second order Saint King. First order origin returning realm is nothing. Biluo laughed self-deprecatingly. Master Queen is about to break through to the origin king realm. I don't know how long I can follow Master. Sure enough, hearing her talk about this matter so dejectedly, Yang Kai immediately knew that his guess was right. Biluo was obviously upset because the gap between her and Shanqing Luo was getting bigger and bigger. That was why she was acting like this. Although her friendship with Shanqing Luo was extraordinary, if the gap in strength was too big, she would only be a burden to Shanqing Luo. For example, when she went to the blood prison trial last time, she did not have the ability to accompany Shanqing Luo. With her loyalty to Shanqing Luo, how could she be willing to let Shanqing Luo worry about her? When the gap between her and Shanqing Luo grew bigger and bigger, perhaps she would just leave silently. I want to understand this. Yang Kai already had a plan in his heart and smiled slightly. Is there no suitable secret art or secret technique on Monster Star for the human race to cultivate? Biluo nodded. You're right, this is Monster Star. Master Queen possesses the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider Source, and can be considered half a monster race. So she has no problem cultivating the highest secret arts of the monster race. But I can't find one suitable for me. Although there are some human race secret arts and secret techniques in Red Moon Palace, their grade is not very high. I have also found the most powerful one to cultivate, but the effect is not very good. Biluo looked annoyed. I have one here. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Biluo immediately looked up at him, an amazing light blooming in her beautiful eyes as she immediately stretched out her hand without any trace of politeness. Give it to me. Give it to me. I will remember you for the rest of my life. Yang Kai's face suddenly filled with black lines, thinking to himself that there was something wrong with these words. Biluo also seemed to realize that she was being a little rude, and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, saying shyly, If it's convenient, can you teach it to me? I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life, and will never speak ill of you in front of Queen Master again. You dare speak ill of me in front of Qing Luo? Yang Kai was furious. Biluo curled her lips and said, Queen Master only cares about you, no matter what I say she just laughs. What did you say to her? Yang Kai asked somewhat guiltily. Everything. I tell Queen Master everything. Biluo looked at Yang Kai innocently, her face filled with innocence. Including that time in the pavilion. Don't mention that. It will be the shame of this young lady's life. Biluo glared at Yang Kai angrily. Her face flushed red as she involuntarily stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, as if there was something there. Ha, young and frivolous. Yang Kai sighed heavily. Biluo suddenly became restless. If it weren't for the fact that she was looking forward to Yang Kai giving her a secret art suitable for the human race, she likely would have already slammed the door and left. Every time she thought about what had happened in the past, she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Although it had been a few dozen years, she could still clearly recall that special smell. Forget it. Let's not mention it again. Just pretend it never happened. Yang Kai waved his hand. Biluo curled up in her chair and nodded fiercely. Even the base of her ears was boiling hot, showing a dark red color. Let me see your body's 5 elements. Yang Kai said as he stretched out his hand and placed 2 fingers on Biluo's wrist. Biluo remained motionless, allowing Yang Kai to inspect her. After a while Yang Kai said, 5 elements, fire as expected. Biluo had always been carefree and had a short temper, which was a good match for her fire attribute. I also cultivated a fire attribute secret art before, and I feel that cultivating a fire attribute secret art is much faster than the others, Biluo said. That's natural. Everyone's body is different, and according to the number of 5 elements, their affinity with the different world energies is different. Your 5 elements, fire, so naturally you should cultivate a fire attribute secret art. Let me see if there is anything suitable for you. After saying so, Yang Kai began rummaging through his space ring. Biluo waited expectantly, not daring to disturb him. Chapter 1892. The secret arts and secret techniques in Yang Kai's possession were all plundered from Purple Star's vault. How could anything placed in Purple Star's vault be poor? It could be said that every secret art and secret technique was a secret art of Purple Star. Yang Kai had intended to bring these things back to High Heaven Sect, so that the disciples of High Heaven Sect would have more choices. But since Biluo needed them, Yang Kai would not be stingy and began searching carefully, trying to find the most suitable secret art for her. Not long after, a simple ancient book appeared in Yang Kai's palm. and he tossed it to Biluo, saying, "This Fire Crow Heavenly Sharpness treasure book should be suitable for you, take a look." Joy appeared on Bai Luo's face as she hurriedly grabbed the book and began to flip through it. Yang Kai said from the side, "This secret art is extremely complete. The first part alone is enough to support you until the third order origin returning realm, allowing you to form pure fire attribute Saint Qi in your body, while the second part can support you until the second order origin king realm. If you can find the Fire Crow's monster core or source, and refine it into your body, the power of this secret art will rise to the next level, allowing you to reach the third order origin king realm. The second part contains several supplementary divine technique and secret techniques. You can cultivate them as you see fit." When looking for this secret art just now, Yang Kai had also skimmed through it and felt that this secret art was indeed suitable for Biluo. So he took it out. The Fire Crow was also a kind of ancient exotic beast, and although it was not as famous as the true dragon and true phoenix, and was even inferior to the heavenly moon demon spider, it was still on the same level as the Xieji. It was rumored that this ancient exotic beast also had a trace of the fire phoenix's bloodline, but whether this was true or not was unknown. With the help of the Fire Crow's monster core or source, the power of this secret art could be increased by at least 10%. This was definitely an unimaginable improvement. As soon as Yang Kai's words entered his ears, Biluo was overjoyed. He flipped through the pages of the cultivation method with a look of exultation, as if he couldn't wait to start cultivating. The Fire Crow's Niden and origin energy might be difficult to find elsewhere, but this was the monster star, the paradise of the Yao clan. Perhaps the Fire Crow's bloodline would still exist. It was for this reason that Yang Kai had specially chosen this cultivation method for Biluo. Biluo finished reading at an extremely fast speed. Only then did Yang Kai solemnly put the Fire Crow Heavenly Blade scroll into his space ring. She looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Thank you." "No need," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "You can always accompany Qing Luo and never leave her side. I should be the one thanking you. It's only right for me to stay by Master's side. I'll remember this favor. If I have the chance in the future, I will thank you properly." Biluo couldn't wait to say, "Then you rest well. I'll go and study this secret art first." "Go." Yang Kai waved his hand. After Biluo left, Yang Kai thought for a moment. Taking out his purple origin furnace and a number of precious herbs, Yang Kai began performing alchemy in his room. Time flew by and a few days passed. On this day, Yang Kai was performing alchemy when he suddenly heard Qiyu's voice in his ear. "Boy, come to my palace." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he quickly raised his head and smiled. "Senior, please wait a moment." After refining the pill in his hand, Yang Kai packed up his things and headed towards Qiyu's palace. He had been to Qiyu's palace once before, so this time he was naturally familiar with the place and didn't need anyone to lead the way. However, when he entered the palace, he found that the innermost room was blocked by a barrier, and an extremely mysterious power fluctuation came from inside. Through this barrier, Yang Kai could vaguely see Qiyu's figure. He immediately knew that Qiyu was still in retreat, and had to divert some of her attention to greet him. "I heard from you, Xiong, that you specifically came to Monster Star this time? What business do you have with me?" Qiyu's voice came from the front. Yang Kai said, "I can't explain it clearly in a few words. How about this? Senior can take a look at this jade slip." Saying so, Yang Kai took out a jade slip from his space ring, poured his divine sense into it, and engraved some information inside before tossing it forward. A crack appeared in the barrier in front of Yang Kai before it closed silently. There was no movement from inside the room. Yang Kai knew that Qiyu was examining the jade slip, so he didn't urge her, and just stood there quietly and waited. After a short while, a restless power fluctuation suddenly appeared in the room. It seemed that Qiyu had been stimulated by something, causing her Saint Qi to become somewhat unstable. However, she was a powerful existence who was about to break through to Monster King, so after expending some effort, she finally managed to suppress this abnormality. A trembling voice came from inside the room with a look of disbelief. "Have you seen the great emperors of Star Field with your own eyes?" And lived with her for more than a decade? I have seen the great emperors, but the one who lived with me was one of the great emperor's embodiments, not her true body. Although this queen doesn't think you would deceive me, this kind of thing is too unbelievable. It's not that this queen suspects you, but what evidence do you have? Yang Kai nodded slightly. It's normal for senior to have doubts, but as for evidence, is this enough? Saying so, Yang Kai took out 7 Star Emperor tokens and summoned the Annihilation Thunder Bead at the same time. Traces of Emperor pressure spread out as Yang Kai tried to release his territory field to suppress the Emperor pressure around him, so that it would not disturb Qiyu. But Qiyu was still shocked. You have collected so many Star Emperor tokens? What is that Thunder Attribute Bead? An Emperor artifact. The Annihilation Thunder Bead, Yang Kai explained lightly. It was something that belonged to the great emperors, but she gave it to me. It's an Emperor artifact, Qiyu exclaimed. If she wasn't at a critical juncture in her retreat at this moment, she would have rushed out to see what was going on. Even so, her voice was filled with unimaginable shock. Senior has indeed heard of Emperor artifacts. This queen is so old, what has this queen not heard of? Qiyu coldly snorted, but soon said in an extremely envious tone, you were actually able to obtain an Emperor artifact from the great emperors. It seems the words in your jade slip were true. Junior naturally wouldn't joke about this kind of thing with Senior, Yang Kai said sincerely. And as you said, there are many other Star Emperors in the territory we live in, right? It's just that because of the existence of a barrier, we can't detect them? Can we also not enter the territory of other Star Emperors? I haven't confirmed this, but the great emperors said so themselves. Since the great emperor said so, it should not be wrong. Is there a star boundary above the territory of other Star Emperors? Is there a higher realm above the Origin King realm? Indeed. Ha ha. Qiyu suddenly laughed and said in a deep voice, this queen didn't guess wrong. There is no end to the road of martial Dao, and who can stand at the peak? There really is a wider road above the Origin King realm. Her tone was filled with excitement, as if she was extremely happy to have confirmed her guess all along. Kai Yang understood in his heart. For any cultivator who yearned for the path of strength, knowing that there was an end to the martial Dao was undoubtedly a kind of blow and torture. At this moment, knowing this kind of secret, any cultivator who yearned for strength would not be dispirited because of this, but instead would be stimulated to pursue it. Boy, you came to Monster Star specifically to find this queen, because you lacked manpower to open the path to the star boundary, right? Qiyu suddenly asked in a tender voice. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and replied. According to the great emperors, if you want to open the passage to the star boundary, you first need to collect 9 Star Emperor tokens. This shouldn't be a big problem, as I already have 7 of them. What about the remaining 2? One of them is with Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and the other is with Sword Union. Do you have a way to get them? You should know that they belong to the great emperors. Neither of these 2 great forces is easy to deal with, so I'm afraid they won't let you succeed so easily. Where there's a will, there's a way. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Good. You work hard to collect them first. If you really can't, after this queen breaks through to Monster King, I will personally go to the home stars of these 2 great forces and ask them for their Star Emperor tokens. When the time comes, I want to see which one of them dares to refuse, Qiyu said proudly. Yang Kai's face went black. Leave this matter to me, it shouldn't be a problem. The second requirement is to gather 6 third-order Origin Kings. How many have you found? Senior is the only one for now. However, it seems that Senior has agreed to lend me a hand. That will save me a lot of trouble. The reason why Yang Kai came to Monster Star was to ask for Qiyu's help. He knew that Qiyu was already a second-order Origin King, and after obtaining the Origin Essence Crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King, she was likely to begin breaking through to the third-order Origin King realm. There was still a long time before the 10-year agreement between him and Guizhou, so he wanted to come to Monster Star to say hello to Qiyu. Originally, he had prepared a speech to persuade Qiyu. However, the meaning behind Qiyu's words made Yang Kai understand that she was also very interested in this matter, and didn't need him to persuade her. Agree, why wouldn't I agree? The Origin King realm is not the end of this queen's martial Tao. The great emperors are this queen's ultimate goal. How could this queen miss such a good opportunity? However, looking at the entire territory of Star, it may not be possible to gather 6 third-order Origin Kings. This matter is a bit difficult. Qi Yu understood that gathering 9 Star Emperor tokens was more difficult than gathering 6 third-order Origin Kings. Because no one knew where these third-order Origin Kings were hiding, it was simply too difficult to find them. Purple Star had Kuang Shizong, but judging from the grievances between Yang Kai and Purple Star, Kuang Shizong would definitely not agree to this matter. Even if he agreed, Yang Kai would not bring him along. In fact, this matter is not difficult. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Senior can be considered one. And this junior can also be considered one. In addition, in my sect, there is another person who is working hard to break through to the third-order Origin King realm. If he succeeds, there will be 3. 3. I'm still short of half. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I believe that if the information in that jade slip is released, there will definitely be people who will take the initiative to come knocking on my door. Senior should also understand that in the territory of Star, those old monsters have gone into seclusion because they are exploring a higher martial Tao, right? Now that I can show them the way, they will definitely be eager to follow me. So you've already planned this. Of course, this is only the final step. I will only do this if I really can't gather enough people. Of course, I hope to find suitable candidates. Chapter 1893. Having a pleasant discussion with Qi Yu was a pleasant surprise for Yang Kai. In the end, Yang Kai left Qi Yu's palace at the appointed time. Qi Yu also said that she would try her best to break through to the third-order Origin King realm during this time, and arrange everything on Monster Star, so she could explore the wider world. The next day, Bahi came to Yang Kai, handed him a space ring, and said, "This is what Tribal Lord Master wants to give you. The 3 Origin King grade monster cores are also inside. Even on Monster Star, there aren't many monster cores of this grade, and they are even more difficult to find in the outside world. As for the other materials, check them and see if they are enough. If not, I'll find more." Yang Kai took the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, smiled and nodded. "Thank Tribal Lord Master for me. The materials are more than enough." "That's good. But..." Bahi looked at Yang Kai with slight shock and quickly asked, "Can you really arrange a transmission array that can cross stars?" After a detailed discussion with Qi Yu yesterday, Yang Kai immediately expressed that he wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array on Monster Star to connect Monster Star and Shadowed Star. This way, when Shanqing Luo successfully broke through in the future, she could travel to Shadowed Star at any time. Qi Yu was also shocked. Although she didn't quite believe Yang Kai had such ability, hearing him speak with such certainty, she had no reason to doubt him. So she secretly ordered Bahi to prepare the corresponding materials. Bahi nodded. "Then this old master must take a good look at it. Come with me." Somehow, the news that Yang Kai wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array even reached Shen Tu and the others. Yang Kai was led by Bahi. When they arrived at a huge open space on Half Moon Mountain, Yu Xiong, Shen Tu, Li Nua, Hua Yumeng, Aunt Chun, and the others were all waiting here. After seeing Yang Kai, Shen Tu greeted him excitedly and asked, "Yang Kai, can you really arrange a transmission array between stars?" Everyone else also looked at him eagerly. "Yes," Yang Kai nodded slightly. Shen Tu's jaw dropped as his expression became inexplicably excited. "You don't need to exaggerate so much. It's just a cross-cultivation star space array." Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "That's all?" Bahi, who was standing to the side, "You're underestimating the significance of these things too much. There are still a few teleportation formations that can cross stars in the entire star field, but none of them are usable. These things can only be arranged star space, star Earth, great ancient. Star, you're underestimating the changes it can bring to the entire star field." "It's not just that." Bahi slowly shook his head. "If a cross-cultivation star space array could be used, It would be much more convenient and safe for cultivator to travel between the stars. If such a thing existed, who would risk their life to cross the star field? At that time, all one would need to do is charge a fee to use the array, and make a fortune. Young Kai, don't underestimate this ability. If a cross-cultivation star-space array can really be created, it will definitely cause earth-shaking changes to Star's territory. You will also be a hero to Star's territory. Yang Kai nodded faintly. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of such a thing before, but because it was his own ability, and he could use it at any time. He didn't care too much about it. However, why are you so excited? Yang Kai looked at Bahi, Shen Tu, and the others in amazement. Bahi froze for a moment before smiling. It is this old master's honor to be able to witness the birth of such a revolution. So naturally this old master is excited. It's like if an ancient true dragon suddenly appeared here. No one would be excited, right? Yang Kai thought about it, and felt that this was indeed the case. Yang Kai, can you help my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce arrange a few cross-cultivation star-space arrays? Don't worry, the materials will be provided by my Chamber of Commerce, and we can give you a satisfactory reward. Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai sincerely. Yang Kai was about to agree when he suddenly thought of something and said with a grin, "Of course, that's not a problem, but what? But I want to talk to President AIO about this in person. I have something to ask of him, so we can exchange it," Yang Kai said with a smile. After listening to Shen Tu's words just now, Yang Kai suddenly realized that the cross-cultivation star-space array he arranged would be of great use to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps he could use this condition to exchange for the Star Emperor token from President AIO. Although the Star Emperor token was something left behind by great emperors, it wasn't very useful after all. He believed that as long as President AIO was shrewd enough, he would know how to choose. What's more, Yang Kai also had the star refining art that he wanted the most. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt that the Star Emperor token of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would definitely be surnamed Yang. Even the Star Emperor token of Sword Union could be exchanged in this way. Although Sword Union didn't have as many stars as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, they still had many cultivation stars in their hands. If he could use the cross-cultivation star space array to connect these stars together, the higher-ups of Sword Union would definitely agree to the conditions proposed by Yang Kai. That's not a problem, but my father isn't easy to deal with. Be careful that you don't get slaughtered by him. Shen Tu smiled meaningfully. I'll be careful. There's no time to lose, hurry up and arrange it. This old master wants to see the birth of the cross-cultivation star space array as soon as possible. Bahi urged from the side. Yang Kai nodded and didn't delay any longer. He ordered everyone to stay away before he began to count the materials in his space ring and began to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array. This wasn't the first time he had done this, so Yang Kai was already familiar with the process. A variety of precious materials were melted in his hands, forming different shapes and piecing together. Within a day or two, a huge array base had appeared. Immediately afterward, everyone felt a mysterious and magical energy begin to linger around Yang Kai's body. He seemed to be using his divine sense to carve something on the array base. The whole process seemed boring because no one present was proficient in spirit arrays. Moreover, even if an array grandmaster were here, they might not be able to see through this. After all, Yang Kai was using his space force to carve this array, making it difficult for others to see through it. However, because they were witnessing the birth of this unprecedented feat, no one showed an impatient look, all of them standing quietly and waiting. Pieces of space spirit crystal flew up under the influence of an invisible force before exploding into dust and merging into the array base. Bahi observed silently from the side and found that the materials Yang Kai had consumed over the past few days were worth at least 100 million saint crystals. And this was all just to arrange a single array. Looking at the entire star territory, this was a massive expenditure. However, when he thought about the role and purpose of this array, Bahi quickly felt relieved. On the 5th day, the entire array had taken shape. Yang Kai observed it silently for a while, But he didn't seem satisfied, and immediately took out the space spirit crystals he obtained from the severed world from his space ring. These space spirit crystals were born in the void, and were the purest of existences, thousands of times more powerful than those given to him by Bahi. These pieces of space spirit crystal exploded, turned into dust and merged into the array, instantly causing it to undergo a different kind of transformation. At a glance, the entire array looked like it was about to swallow everything in its path. Yongkai busied himself with finishing up. After another day, the array was finally completed. Everyone had been waiting for 6 or 7 days, and after seeing Yongkai's look of success, they all came forward to greet him. "This thing, can it really be used?" Yu Xiong asked as he walked around the cross-cultivation star space array. "How far can it be transmitted to?" "It can be transmitted directly to Shadowed Star, where my sect is located." Yongkai smiled lightly. "As for how far, I can't say, but with your ability, it will probably take you 4 or 5 years to cross the void." C. Yu Xiong drew a sharp breath. Bahi and the others were also shocked. 4 or 5 years was enough time for any cultivator to enter retreat and comprehend their secret arts, cultivate their secret techniques, or refine their artifacts. But now, a simple array could be used to accomplish this. This was truly unbelievable. "Do you want to try?" Yongkai asked with a smile. "Of course I want to try," Yu Xiong said with a fearless look as he stood directly in the center of the array. "This old master will also go." Bahi also walked up unhurriedly. "Take me with you." Shen Tu also jumped out. "Second young master." Li Nua was shocked and was about to stop him, but Shen Tu glared at her and made her swallow her words. "Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Even if something really goes wrong with the transmission, I can still bring them back from the void." Yongkai smiled confidently before taking out some materials and beginning to refine something. After a short while, the object he refined was a token. "What's this for?" Bahi looked at the token in Yongkai's hand thoughtfully and asked. "A transmission token," Yongkai explained. "Any space array that I set up must have a transmission token that I specially refined. Otherwise, you will be banished to the endless void." Bahi's eyes lit up as he quickly understood and nodded in admiration. "You're very thoughtful." Cross-cultivation star space arrays could not only bring convenience to one's own people, but also to one's enemies. If one day an enemy were to use this kind of thing to attack, it would be very bad. However, with the existence of a transmission token, this kind of hidden danger could be completely eliminated. Unless one's enemy could collect a large number of transmission tokens. "Stand firm," Yongkai shouted as he waved his hand and sent hundreds of Saint crystals into the grooves at the base of the array. The next moment, the entire array began absorbing the power of these Saint crystals. Chapter 1894. The dazzling light blossomed, and everyone who was waiting nearby could not open their eyes. After the light dissipated, everyone looked around and found that the center of the spirit array was empty. Yongkai and the others had long since disappeared. Far away, Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sex Square. The space array flashed and 4 figures appeared at the same time. Yongkai stood in the center calmly, looking at Bahi and the others with a smile on his face. This kind of ultra-long distance teleportation would always bring some physical discomfort to the person being teleported, and the lower one's cultivation, the more obvious this situation would be. Except for Yongkai, Bahi was the strongest of the other 3, a first-order origin king. So he was the first to recover. After only 5 breaths of time, his eyes cleared up. After another 10 breaths of time, Shen Tu and Yu Xiong gradually recovered. No matter who it was, all 3 of them still had lingering fear on their faces. This kind of ultra-long distance teleportation made one feel as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. Those who had experienced it once would never want to try it a second time. "This is the Shadowed Star you mentioned?" Bahi glanced around and released his divine sense, soon revealing a look of surprise because he found that this place was actually a top-grade treasure trove with picturesque hills and clear waters. A place filled with outstanding talents. In the distance, mountains rose and fell, clouds and mist rose, and the world energy aura was extremely rich. Suddenly, the divine sense of an origin king swept over from a certain mountain peak. This divine sense was so strong that it definitely belonged to a second-order origin king. The faces of Bahi and the others could not help changing slightly. However, this was not the end though. After this divine sense swept over, another divine sense appeared. Another divine sense spread out. Although this second divine sense was not as strong as the first, it was still something only a first-order origin king could possess. The first divine sense quickly withdrew. Yang Kai knew that Guizhu had noticed the movement here and released his divine sense to investigate, but after discovering he was here, Guizhu no longer bothered with him. After all, he was also in retreat at the moment. It was not advisable to be distracted. The second divine sense also quickly dissipated. It belonged to Yi Shiyun, your high heaven sect. Besides you, there's actually a second-order origin king and a first-order origin king? Bahi asked in shock. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Looking towards the distance, Yang Kai saw Yi Shiyun's figure flash and quickly rush over. Bahi breathed a sigh of relief, his face filled with shock. He had never thought that he would be so obscure and unknown. High Heaven Sect, which he had never even heard of, actually had such a powerful heritage. Not only that, but there were also many origin returning realm masters who were sitting on this precious land. In time, this High Heaven Sect might not be any worse than the three great forces in Star Territory. Bahi looked at Yang Kai, as if he could see the infinite possibilities of the future in him. A beautiful figure appeared in a flash, glancing at Bahi and the others before turning to Yang Kai. Sect Master, you're back. Great Elder, how have you been? Yang Kai smiled. Yi Shiyun nodded. Many thanks to Sect Master's good fortune, this queen and the sect are well. This is Senior Bahi of Red Moon Territory on Monster Star. This is Yu Xiong. And this is Shen Tu, the second young master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's president. They are all my friends. Yang Kai introduced Yi Shiyin to them. The two sides exchanged polite greetings. Yi Shiyin asked, how long will Sect Master be staying this time? Soon, I just brought them here to experiment with the spirit array. Yi Shiyin nodded gently. Sect Master is busy, so please take care of yourself. You can go back to your work. Yi Shiyin nodded before disappearing in a flash. While Bahi and the others were observing their surroundings, Yang Kai released his divine sense to check the current state of his loved ones. After a short while, a joyful look appeared on his face as he said, the spirit array has been tested, let's go back. You're leaving? Shen Tu's complexion changed drastically. Yang Kai, for better or for worse, we've come to your territory. Won't you show us some hospitality? We should at least stay here for a few days before leaving. Yu Xiong nodded vigorously to the side. Even Bahi looked at Yang Kai eagerly. The three of them had yet to recover from the ultra-long distance teleportation. There will be opportunities in the future. Yang Kai grinned before immediately activating the ultra-long distance space array beneath his feet. A white light enveloped the four of them as space force pulsed, and their figures disappeared. Yu Xiong and Shen Tu's screams came to an abrupt end. By the time they recovered, they had returned to Half Moon Mountain. Li Nua, Aunt Chun, and the others saw Shen Tu's pale face, and quickly walked over with concern, as if they had not seen each other for several dozen years. Bahi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Your spirit array is indeed good. But the taste of that teleportation is really... Haha, if you want convenience you should pay a price, Yang Kai laughed. This was simply unavoidable. As long as one was not a cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space like him, they would more or less experience some discomfort during the teleportation, but it would not cause them any harm. That's true. Bahi thought about it and agreed with Yang Kai's statement. Since this matter is settled, we'll take our leave first. And Senior Bahi, I'll have to trouble you to pass this space ring to Biluo. There are some pills I refined for her, and Qing Luo inside. Bahi took it and swept it with his divine sense, his expression changing slightly as he muttered. You're quite generous. He was now a first-order origin king, and had a high status in Red Moon Territory. So the treatment he could enjoy was definitely not bad, but he was still dazzled by the pills inside this space ring. In particular, there were several Origin King-grade pills inside, that even he could not help feeling a rush of excitement. It's just some trivial spirit pills. Please don't laugh at me, Senior. Aren't you afraid this old master will be greedy? Bahi asked meaningfully. Yang Kai smiled and said, if I didn't trust Senior on this point, I wouldn't have asked you to pass it on. Bahi nodded and said with a solemn expression, you can rest assured, I will safely pass the things inside to Biluo. Yang Kai thanked him again before heading off with Shen Tu and the others to the starship's berth. Bahi and Yuxiong saw them off. A moment later, the starship hummed and slowly rose into the air, reaching a certain height before cutting through the sky and soaring into the clouds. It would take at least half a year to travel from Monster Star to the home star of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and if there were any delays along the way, it would only take longer. As such, after the starship set sail, Yang Kai began his retreat. In his previous battle with the two monster race tribal lords, Yang Kai had not relied on any external forces, and had only relied on the various methods at his disposal, not even using his space force. Yet he had still been able to suppress these two tribal lords. After this battle, Yang Kai clearly understood his bottom line. Although he was only a second-order Origin King now, no one in the second-order Origin realm was his opponent. If he used all his means, even if there were 2 or 3 more, he wouldn't need to put them in his eyes. When facing a third-order Origin King though, Yang Kai needed to be careful. But with his space force, he was invincible. In the battle with the two monster race tribal lords, Yang Kai had summoned the dragon scale he had refined before to block Xuejiao's fatal blow, and even damage his monster core, demonstrating just how strong and powerful the dragon scale was. However, that was only the simplest use of the dragon scale, and was far from being able to display the true dragon divine technique contained in it. The true dragon scale was indestructible, and only divine spirits of the same level could cause damage to it. If Yang Kai could stimulate the true dragon divine technique contained in the dragon scale, his entire body would possess an impenetrable defense. When facing an enemy, he would no longer need to worry about defense, only attack. So along the way, Yang Kai constantly used his golden blood and spiritual energy to nourish the dragon scale in his body, hoping to be able to display its true power. At the same time, he was constantly refining the dragon bone sword in preparation for refining the dragon spine and dragon bead, the two true dragon artifacts. Staying inside the mysterious small world, Yang Kai paid no attention to the outside world, wholeheartedly cultivating, so time passed quickly. Their luck was pretty good along the way. They didn't run into any trouble. They only encountered a few moderate starry sky storms and meteorite flows. The Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce starship was an Origin-grade high-rank starship, so it easily withstood the storms in the star field and avoided the meteorites. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a knock on his door. Walking out of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai put away the Emperor artifact and opened the door. Outside the door, Hua Yumeng stood quietly, but after seeing Yang Kai appear, she quickly stepped back and respectfully said, "Master, young Master Shen Tu asked me to come and tell you that we will soon arrive at Water Moon Star." So fast. Yang Kai was stunned. He felt that he had only entered retreat for a short time, yet they were already arriving at their destination. Hua Yumeng pursed her lips and smiled. "It's been 7 months since you entered retreat." Yang Kai nodded and smiled. "Since that's the case, let's go together." "Yes." Hua Yumeng nodded docilely before following Yang Kai forward. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly turned back and said, "Right, Shen Tu said last time that he would allow your 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce to move into his territory and become its chief steward. Did he mention this again?" Hearing him ask this, Hua Yumeng's heart warmed and she said gratefully, "Young Master Shen Tu said that when we arrived, he would immediately arrange this matter for our 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce. Did you agree?" "Yes, this is an opportunity for our Chamber of Commerce." "Then I must congratulate President Hua." This young wishes President Hua, in your Chamber of Commerce, a prosperous future. Many thanks for Master's auspicious words. Hua Yumeng thanked him in a low voice, but a trace of loneliness flashed across her beautiful eyes. If it were before, Hua Yumeng would definitely have been happy about this. But after such a period of time, she didn't know why. But when she thought about her future, although she was happy, she still felt a sense of loss. Looking at the back of the man in front of her, Hua Yumeng knew that he would go further and further away, and that from now on, there would be no possibility of their paths ever crossing again. She couldn't help feeling a lump in her throat and almost shed tears. Chapter 1895. On Watermoon Star. In front of Shintu Palace, there was a huge square where the Origin-grade high-rank starship slowly descended and returned safely. Below, many cultivators who had received the news were waiting to greet them. After the hatch opened and Shintu appeared, everyone shouted, "Welcome back, second young master. Second young master must have worked hard." Shintu smiled and responded lightly. The cultivators who greeted him below were all his trusted subordinates, so naturally, there was no need for formalities. Among them, there were many Origin returning realm cultivators, but none of them were Origin kings. When these cultivators saw Li Nua and Aunt Chun, they all showed joy, obviously already familiar with each other. But after seeing Yang Kai, they were a little surprised, wondering where Yang Kai came from and why he was sharing a starship with Shin Tuesday. Some of them vaguely felt that Yang Kai looked familiar, as if he was similar to someone they had met several dozen years ago. But after noticing Yang Kai's powerful cultivation, they couldn't believe it and secretly became suspicious. Shintu didn't explain anything to them, and simply ordered his subordinates to arrange accommodations for Li Nua, Aunt Chun, and the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce, while he personally led Yang Kai to the wing, where Yang Kai had lived several dozen years ago. "Brother Yang, you should rest here for a few days. Allow me to report back to Sir Father about what happened during this trip before we discuss anything else." Shintu nodded and stepped out. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in Shintu Palace, waiting for news from him. Yang Kai came to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce this time for two reasons. First, he wanted to collect the 8-star Emperor tokens from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and second, he wanted to draw President AIO into his team. President AIO had already broken through to the second-order Origin King realm, and was one of the top existences in his realm. He was definitely not far from the third-order Origin King realm. Yang Kai believed that he should be able to break through within 10 years. If President AIO agreed to open the passage to the star boundary with him, the number of people needed would be reduced by 1. As for Shintu, he went to report this matter. Yang Kai believed that President AIO would be interested in him. After all, he had caused so much trouble on Purple Star, so there was no reason for AIO to be unhappy. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union were the top 3 forces in Star territory, and although they cooperated with each other, there was also friction between them. If he could see Purple Star suffer, AIO naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Therefore, Yang Kai was sure that AIO would definitely summon him. If AIO paid enough attention to him, he would even visit him personally. Then he could have a good talk with AIO. If this was successful, then there was a high chance that the plan 10 years later would be completed. Yang Kai thought that there would be some progress soon. However, after staying in Shentu's palace for 7 or 8 days, nothing happened. This made him feel a little stunned. He didn't know if something had happened. During these 7 or 8 days, even Shintu was nowhere to be seen. When Yang Kai asked the cultivator in the palace, he said that Shintu had not returned after going to Water Sky City. Water Sky City was the largest city on Watermoon Star. Its status and role were equivalent to Purple Star City to Purple Star. It was where all the high-level masters of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce gathered, and was also the essence of the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. It was rumored that Water Sky City was the place with the richest world energy in the entire Star territory. If one cultivated there, their cultivation speed would be faster than in the Spirit Mountains occupied by the Great Forces. It was not until 7 or 8 days later that Shen Tu appeared in Yang Kai's room with a dejected look. Seeing his sad expression, Yang Kai's heart jumped. he asked in amazement. Brother Shintu, what happened? Why are you in such a sorry state? Ha! It's a long story. Shintu sat down at the table and poured himself a glass of water. After drinking it, he looked at Yang Kai with a guilty look and said, Brother Yang, I know you came to Water Moon Star this time because you have something important to discuss with my father. But I'm afraid now is not the time. After all, when they were on Monster Star, Yang Kai had already said that he wanted to exchange something with President Aio. Shintu did not ask in detail, but he guessed that Yang Kai had followed him all the way to Water Moon Star for something important. Otherwise, why would Yang Kai, a second-order origin king, come all the way here just to catch up with him? Oh, Yang Kai was surprised. President Aio, is there something he needs to attend to? Shintu nodded solemnly. Something did happen to my father. When I went over this time, I didn't even have a chance to report what I wanted to report. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait a few more days. When this storm has passed, I will introduce you to him. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said helplessly, In that case, there's nothing I can do. I'm not in a hurry, so I'll just wait for a while. Shintu grinned. I knew Brother Yang wouldn't embarrass me. Brother Yang. Before Shintu could finish his words though, an angry roar suddenly rang out from inside the palace. Shintu. Hearing this voice, Shintu's face couldn't help going pale as he shuddered violently, as if he had heard the summons of a demon, his entire body trembling slightly. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was taken aback for a moment before releasing his divine sense, with a strange expression on his face, and immediately showing a smile. Shintu panicked and patted his head. Damn. I was so focused on explaining things to you that I forgot my third brother was still waiting outside. By the way, Brother Yang, do you know my third brother? Why did he drag me over here when he heard that you were here? On the way here, he even beat me up for not telling him about such an important matter earlier. That little brat really doesn't respect his elders. Look at this, look at my eye. Shintu showed the bruise on his eye to Yang Kai so he could take a closer look. Haha. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. If you don't come out now, don't blame this young master for tearing down your palace. Shueyu's voice reverberated throughout the entire palace. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the palace. In Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, who didn't know Shueyu's name, she was the Chamber of Commerce's designated successor. Provoking her to anger, there was no one who wouldn't be afraid. Shintu said with a sad face, Brother Yang, come out with me quickly. I don't know what's wrong with this little brat. From childhood to now, he has come to my palace no more than 3 times. Yet this time he insists on coming here. You can rest assured that no matter what kind of grievances you have with him, I will deal with them. If he dares to embarrass you, I'll take you with me and run. Shintu seemed to want to say a few harsh words, but in the end, he didn't have the courage. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, thinking that Shintu had been bullied by Shueyu so many times that he had long since become accustomed to being submissive, not daring to resist. Don't worry, Shueyu and I, third young master, do know each other, but there is no grudge between us, so I won't let him tear down your palace. Yang Kai lightly coughed. That's good. Shintu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, the two of them walked one after the other towards a certain hall. Inside the hall, Shueyu was brimming with anger, her handsome face so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. The Saint Chi around her body showed signs of instability, as if it was on the verge of erupting like a volcano, ready to explode at any moment. She was simply furious. Not only was she angry at Shintu for not informing her earlier that Yang Kai had come to Water Moon Star, but she was even more angry at Yang Kai for not even greeting her first. Didn't this bastard know how much she had been on edge these past few days? Last time, she had waited outside the floating continent for half a year, only to see no trace of Yang Kai. In the end, she had been forced to leave with Inai Guang, so she had been constantly worried about Yang Kai's safety. Although Inai Guang had assured her that with that old fart Guizhu here, Yang Kai's life would never be in danger, Shueyu still couldn't feel at ease. After returning to Water Moon Star, she had sent people to inquire about Yang Kai, but to no avail. Today, while chatting, She had learned that Shen Tu had brought a friend named Yang Kai to Water Moon Star. Shuiyu asked several times, and confirmed that this Yang Kai was the one she had been thinking about day and night. She was so angry that her liver hurt. This man really isn't a good thing, not caring about other people's worries at all. When I see him, I'll definitely beat him up to vent my anger. Shuiyu secretly swore to herself. On the side, Li Nua and Aunt Chun were trying to persuade him, but as they tried to persuade him, they didn't say anything. That was because the two women had discovered that the famous third young master of Shuiyu had an extremely complex expression in his eyes. It was a kind of intertwined love and hate, an accusation of blood and tears, joy, expectation, joy, anger, and even a little tension. This look was clearly the look of a woman who had fallen into a whirlpool of emotions and was unable to extricate herself. But at this moment, it had appeared on Shuiyu's face. It was as if a young girl in love was about to meet her lover. Li Nua and Aunt Chun both felt strange, not knowing why this kind of change would appear on Shuiyu's face. Suddenly, they thought of a terrible rumor, and the two women couldn't help but shudder, looking at the handsome young man in front of them, whose face was like jade, and who was enough to charm thousands of young women. They both showed expressions of pity and heartache. For the first time, the two women felt some dissatisfaction and anger towards Yang Kai. Third brother, are you crazy? With Yang Kai by his side, Shen Tu seemed to have gained a lot of confidence, and after entering the hall, he shouted loudly, preparing to take the initiative to attack. Shuiyu's cold eyes swept over him, causing Shen Tu to involuntarily shrink back, his voice suddenly lowering as he said, "Oh, this isn't your territory, not your palace, don't make such a big fuss. If someone who doesn't know heard you, they'd think your second brother was bullying you, haha." Shuiyu acted as if she hadn't heard his words, her pair of bright stars staring straight at Yang Kai behind Shen Tu. Her cold eyes suddenly filled with sadness. Li Nua and Aunt Chun looked at Shuiyu, and then at Yang Kai, immediately confirming their previous conjecture, both of them wanting to sigh and curse the heavens for being unfair. Chapter 1896. Brother Yang. In the hall, Shuiyu suddenly gnashed her teeth and shouted. Yang Kai's eyes twitched violently as he felt the situation was far from good, but he could only cup his fists and smile. Third young master, I trust you've been well since we last met. Thank you, Shuiyu replied coldly. Inexplicably, after hearing the conversation between the two, Shen Tu couldn't help shivering, as he instinctively realized that there was some kind of grievance between these two. He looked at Shuiyu, then at Yang Kai, coughed, and prepared to act as a peacemaker. But before he could speak, Shuiyu suddenly shot him a cold look and said, "You go out, I have something to discuss with Brother Yang." She emphasized the words Brother Yang. Shen Tu gulped as he struggled internally. On one hand, he was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend, but on the other hand, his life was more important. As long as there was life, there was hope. He only hesitated for 2 breaths before saying seriously, "Good. Since that's the case, second brother will wait outside. You two take your time." As he spoke, his feet kicked up a gust of wind as he quickly flew out of the room, shooting meaningful glances at Aunt Chun and Li Nua, who were still standing in place. The two women understood and glared faintly at Yang Kai before following Shen Tu out. Pung. The main door of the hall was closed. Shen Tu, Aunt Chun, and Li Nua quickly stopped, leaned forward, and perked up their ears to listen. There was no movement inside, no fighting or quarreling, only silence. After a long time, Shen Tu finally couldn't hold back and said anxiously, "Third brother won't bite off more than he can chew. He wants to fight with Brother Yang. Brother Yang is a second-order origin king. If he injures third brother, how can father explain it to him?" Second young master, what are you thinking? Li Nua glanced over at Shen Tu and smiled. They don't look like they want to fight. They don't look like they want to fight? Shen Tu was stunned. It's not like you didn't see third brother's look of wanting to eat you alive just now. His temper has always been bad, but in front of outsiders like you, he's always been polite and refined. Only I knew what kind of demons he was hiding in his heart. I think he has quite a grudge with Brother Yang. Gratitude and grudges, love and enmity. I'm afraid it's not about gratitude and enmity, but rather. Li Nua didn't know why. His mood suddenly became inexplicably excited. Even his cheeks were slightly flushed. It's not a grudge. Shen Tu frowned. Realization dawned upon him. Then it must be a love feud. Third brother wants to snatch a woman from brother Yang? Which woman is so lucky to be chosen by both of them at the same time? Li Nua stretched out her hand to support her forehead. She said softly, "It's not a woman. Didn't you notice the way third young master looked at Lord Yang? His eyes are very vicious. What's the problem?" Shen Tu asked innocently. Li Nua immediately covered her face with both hands, clearly unable to explain herself. Shen Tu angrily shouted, "If you have something to say it clearly." To the side, Aunt Chun lightly coughed, her cheeks blushing slightly as she reminded, "Second young master. Think about it carefully. Third young master is such a dragon among men. Has he ever shown any interest in any woman over the years?" "Not really." Shen Tu pondered for a moment. "This young master admires third brother very much. His personal style is impeccable, but what does this have to do with today's matter?" Then, has second young master ever heard of another rumor about third young master? There are many rumors about him. Shen Tu curled his lips. With his status and aptitude, how could there not be any rumors about him? Some say he's the reincarnation of a martial god. Some say he's a woman. Some even exaggerate, saying he doesn't like women and only likes men. Ha ha ha. How could I possibly believe such nonsense? It's all just rumors spread by the common folk. Aunt Chun and Li Nua just stared at him silently. Shen Tu's laughter came to an abrupt end as he seemed to realize something, his face sinking as he muttered, "Third brother is a grown man, yet he has never been moved by any woman, nor has he ever been close to any woman. Several elders in the Chamber of Commerce have also introduced him to some of the younger generation of their families, but none of them have ever been acknowledged by third brother. And the way this little brat looked at brother Yang just now." Aunt Chun and Li Nua nodded together, thinking to themselves, "You finally realized. Is that really the case?" Shen Tu broke out in cold sweat. "I hope not." Aunt Chun also wore a dignified expression. If things were really as they thought, how many young women in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would be heartbroken and desperate? How many young women would be heartbroken? It would definitely be an unimaginable disaster. Inside the hall, Shui Yu and Yang Kai stared at each other for a long time before gnashing their teeth and cursing. "You bastard!" Saying so, she swung her fist towards Yang Kai. However, when her fist fell on Yang Kai's body, it became soft and powerless. Yang Kai just stood in place and let out a hollow laugh, letting her punch him a few times without even wrinkling his clothes. Shui Yu raised her head and stared at him stubbornly, biting her thin lip. Yang Kai reached out and hugged her tightly. Shui Yu struggled a few times symbolically, fully displaying her modesty before lying down on Yang Kai's broad chest with a slight blush on her face. Her hair was at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, giving off a natural fragrance that was very comfortable, causing Yang Kai to take a few sniffs. "Since you came here, why didn't you come to see me as soon as you could?" Shui Yu complained faintly. "I was planning to find you a few days later, but I didn't expect Shen Tu to fail to complete the task I assigned him, so I was delayed." "Useless second brother," Shui Yu coldly snorted, immediately placing all the blame on Shen Tuesday. "Tell me, when did you come out last time, and how did you get rid of Zilong?" Shui Yu raised her head and looked at Yang Kai eagerly, as if she wanted to know everything that had happened to Yang Kai. Her red lips wriggled seductively. Yang Kai couldn't hold back and gave her a light peck. Shui Yu suddenly blushed and a strange light flashed across her neck. Last time in the severed world, although she and Yang Kai had some intimate contact, that was under the premise that their lives were in danger. Shui Yu had thought that she was going to die, so she had simply let go. But this time was different. In particular, knowing that her second brother was still eavesdropping outside the door, gave her a sense of nervousness and excitement. In a panic, she quickly pushed Yang Kai away and escaped from his embrace. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang looked for a chair and sat down. Seeing him act so indifferent, Shui Yu angrily stomped her foot, her little daughter's demeanor clearly visible. She angrily walked over and sat down on the chair next to Kai Yang. Politely pouring a cup of tea, she picked up the fruit platter on the table and picked up a grape-like spirit fruit. Peeling off the skin, she pinched the pulp and stuffed it into Kai Yang's mouth. "Tell me, how did you escape last time? Zilong didn't bother you, did he? The secret of you having the immortal divine tree hasn't been exposed yet, right?" Shuiyu asked a few questions with a concerned look before adding, "You can rest assured, I've already spoken to Uncle and told him not to tell anyone about you having the immortal divine tree." "Naturally, I believe your words," Yang Kai nodded gently. However, Shuiyu understood that Yang Kai believed her words, but as for Enai Guang, that remained to be seen. After all, Enai Guang was a member of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, and the fact that Yang Kai had the immortal divine tree was an important secret that Shuiyu could not prevent. However, she believed that even if Enai Guang told others about it, it would only be limited to a select few. Everyone wanted to monopolize good things, so making a big fuss about it was not good for anyone. So, Yang Kai recounted what happened after he left the floating continent that day. When she learned that Zilong and Zidong had both died at Yang Kai's hands, Shuiyu suddenly exclaimed. Only now did she remember to check Yang Kai's cultivation. She was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so logically speaking, it was impossible for her to spy on Yang Kai. But as long as Yang Kai did not block her divine sense, there was no problem. "You're already a second-order origin king." Shuiyu was shocked. When they were in the severed world, the two of them were both third-order origin returning realm cultivators. But after only a few years, this man in front of her had already become a second-order origin king. And she herself was still hovering around the third-order origin returning realm. Shuiyu suddenly felt a sense of crisis in her heart, and couldn't wait to go back into retreat and break through. However, she was not a little girl. After all, she had been handling the affairs of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce for AIO all year round, so her temperament had long since become tough and mature. After taking a deep breath, she finally calmed down and said cheerfully, "As you said, Zilong is dead, and Zidong was buried with him. Doesn't that mean that Purple Star is now without a leader? And not only is there no leader, but Yuan Qi is also seriously injured. Why do you say that?" Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Although Zilong's death was a huge blow to Purple Star, it was definitely not to the extent that Yuan Qi was seriously injured. So she immediately realized that something else must have happened to Purple Star. "It's nothing. It's just that I went to Purple Star some time ago and caused their great elder, Sun Liang, to suffer a serious injury. At that time, there happened to be an internal struggle, and many masters died." "Something like that happened?" Shuiyu was surprised. "Tell me about it in detail." Yang Kai grinned and motioned to Shuiyu with his eyes. Shuiyu immediately gave him a reproachful look before continuing to peel the spirit fruit docilely and stuffing it into his mouth. Yang Kai then told her about what happened on Purple Star. After listening, Shuiyu couldn't help laughing. "I'm afraid you're now hated by everyone on Purple Star. Even a character like Kuang Shizong couldn't do anything to you, and even destroyed an Origin King grade starship. I'm afraid he's still feeling some pain right now. He was the one who wanted to kill us all, so he can't blame anyone." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "But after such a big thing happened, second brother didn't even report it to father. It's really outrageous. No wonder Purple Star's arrogance has been restrained a lot during this time. And even some of their businesses have been withdrawn. So it was for this reason." Shuiyu showed a look of sudden enlightenment, as she suddenly understood what was going on. Chapter 1897. Father has been troubled these days, and has been unhappy with everything he does. I hope this news can make him smile a little more. I have to tell him as soon as possible, Shuiyu said excitedly. Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise and asked suspiciously, "If I remember correctly, don't you hate President Aio very much? Why are you so concerned about him now?" Shuiyu smiled. "That was in the past. I hated him because I had to maintain this image at all times. unable to show my true face to others, and unable to live according to my own ideas. But now it's different. In this world, there is one person who knows my background and can look at me with normal eyes. That's enough. What's more, he is doing all this to protect me. He is my father, so I have no reason to hate him. When she said these words, Shuiyu smiled sweetly, as if the misfortune that had been imposed on her for so many years had all disappeared because of the appearance of Yang Kai. Yang Kai also remembered her saying in the severed world, that as long as there was one person in this world who could treat her like an ordinary woman, she would be satisfied. Yang Kai was slightly moved, suddenly discovering that this cross-dressing beauty in front of him had such simple requirements. What happened to President Aio? Yang Kai asked. Little mother. Yang Kai was stunned, but quickly reacted. She should be referring to President Aio's current wife. Shuiyu's mother had long passed away, so naturally, she should address Aio's current wife as such. Shuiyu smiled bitterly. Although father is a tyrant, he has always attached great importance to matters of the heart. This is especially true for little mother, the woman he loves the most. A year ago, when little mother was in retreat to break through to the Origin King realm, something went wrong, causing her to become the demon race. Her meridians were severed, and she almost died on the spot. Father used the grand divine technique to suppress the crisis at the time, but he was still unable to save little mother. After that, little mother fell into a coma. Her life was in danger, and over the past year, father has been trying to wake little mother up, but to no avail. Something went wrong when breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai was shocked. He realized the seriousness of the problem. A third-order origin returning realm cultivator. If something were to go wrong at such a crucial time, it was very easy to lose one's life. The reason why Shuiyu's Lil Miss didn't die on the spot was entirely due to Aio's strength. President of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. After all, he was a veteran second-order origin king. Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai as she spoke. Although she did not explain what Aio had used, Yang Kai knew that there were only a few treasures in the world that could bring someone back from the dead. The immortal source liquid was one of them. At that time, in the severed world, the immortal tree gave birth to a total of 3 drops of immortal source liquid. The 3 second-order origin kings present decided to divide them among themselves, with one being obtained by Enai Guang, one by Zilong, and the last by Guizhu. In the end, Yang Kai took the entire immortal tree and gave the last drop to Guizhu. As for the drop Zilong had, it was kept by Yang Kai. The divine artifact President Aio used half a year ago was definitely the immortal source liquid. The immortal source liquid could bring flesh and bones back from the dead. It was the most precious healing medicine in the world, something that even third-order origin kings coveted. Carrying a drop of immortal source liquid was equivalent to having an extra life. Aio giving it to Shuiyu's little mother without hesitation showed how deep his feelings for her were. Although little mother's life was saved, she still showed no signs of waking up. After such a long time, father found many alchemy grandmasters to investigate. He also carefully observed her, and finally came to the conclusion that little mother's soul has been permanently damaged. Unless an origin king grade spirit pill can be refined to repair the soul, it will be impossible for her to wake up. Moreover, even if such a spirit pill can be refined, the possibility of little mother waking up is not high. Father has been racking his brains over little mother's matter these days, and I feel quite uncomfortable. Yang Kai listened quietly and slowly understood the whole story. He then asked in a deep voice, "Did those alchemy grandmasters say what kind of spirit pill they need to refine for it to work?" "The soul source restoration pill," Shuiyu quickly replied. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment, and knew what kind of materials were needed to refine this spirit pill, because the soul source restoration pill's pill recipe was recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture. He couldn't help asking, "That's an ancient spirit pill. Your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is really full of talented people, even knowing about this kind of spirit pill." If he hadn't accidentally obtained the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture in the Emperor Garden, he wouldn't have known so many ancient spirit pill recipes. However, Someone from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce knew about them. Worthy of one of the three great forces of Star Territory, its heritage was extraordinary. You know about them too? Shui Yu looked at Yang Kai in surprise before her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she said, "Right, you're an alchemist." When she was eroded by the profound Yin sunflower water and fell into a coma, it was Yang Kai who refined a spirit pill with pill clouds that saved her life. Although she had devoted herself to Yang Kai for so many years, she had always been entangled in how to find him and how to express her feelings, completely forgetting about Yang Kai's other identity. It wasn't until now that she finally came to her senses. But soon, the light in Shui Yu's beautiful eyes dimmed again, and she said in a disappointed tone, "The Soul Source Restoration Pill is said to be an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill, and must be refined by an Origin King grade alchemist. Although you are an alchemist, I'm afraid." Shui Yu didn't continue. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Yang Kai's abilities, but the reputation of an Origin King grade alchemist was simply too frightening. Even across the entire Star Territory, such an existence was as rare as a phoenix feather and Qilin horn, even rarer than a third-order Origin King cultivator. Yang Kai had reached the second-order Origin King realm at such a young age and possessed such powerful martial Dao cultivation. So how could he have such high attainments in the alchemic Dao? Yang Kai didn't explain too much and simply asked, "How does your little mother usually treat you?" "Little mother is naturally very good to me. After my mother passed away, I grew up with her. She taught me how to cultivate and how to conduct myself. She also knows my secrets. When I was young, she would occasionally secretly dress me up behind my father's back." A look of reminiscence appeared in Shui Yu's beautiful eyes as a warm smile bloomed on her face, as if she was recalling some sweet memories. "But every time I finished dressing up, I had to quickly restore my original appearance. My father didn't like to see me dressed like a woman." Yang Kai nodded slightly. From Shui Yu's description, he could imagine that little mother was a good wife and mother figure. "How about I go take a look?" Yang Kai proposed. "Do you want to go?" Shui Yu looked at him in surprise. "That's a good idea. You are an alchemist, so perhaps you can communicate with other alchemists and see how they can alleviate little mother's symptoms. Our Chamber of Commerce also has its own Origin King grade Grandmaster. My father sent someone to invite him more than half a year ago." "He sent someone more than half a year ago, but he still hasn't come?" Yang Kai looked surprised. "You underestimate the status of an Origin King grade alchemist too much. Didn't you hear what I said just now? That Grandmaster also has the status of a foreign elder in our Chamber of Commerce. You also have your own sect, so you should know what the word foreign elder means." "Understood." Yang Kai nodded slightly. The status of a foreign elder was almost equivalent to that of a supreme elder, but he had more freedom than a supreme elder. Foreign elders received extremely generous rewards from their sect or great force, but they didn't need to do anything on ordinary days. Even if their sect encountered a disaster, they could just stand by, and no one would criticize them. However, a supreme elder was different. Although his status was extremely high, and no disciple of the sect dared disobey his orders, he had to live and die with the sect. If the sect was in trouble, a supreme elder could not just sit back and do nothing. In a sense, the status of a foreign elder was even higher than that of a supreme elder, because foreign elders could obtain benefits without taking risks. It could also be said that a supreme elder was a member of the sect, while a foreign elder was an outsider. With the huge strength of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce in AIO's face, they had sent someone to invite this Grandmaster more than half a year ago, but he still hadn't shown up. It was easy to imagine how much status this Origin King grade alchemist had. Even so, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce didn't dare to complain, and AIO only carefully urged him a few times, lest he upset this Grandmaster. But even now, that Grandmaster still hadn't shown up, and there was news that he would be arriving on Water Moon Star in the next few days. AIO was waiting anxiously, so how could he be in the mood to see Shintu? This was also the reason why Shintu had come back after staying in Water Sky City for a few days. He hadn't even seen AIO's face, so how could he have time to talk about Yang Kai? "Anyway, let's go take a look first," Yang Kai suggested. Okay, I'll take you there. I believe that if little mother knows about your existence, she will definitely be happy for me, Shuiyu said, wiping the corners of her eyes, as if she was about to cry. Little mother occupied an extremely important position in her heart, even more important than her own father. Don't cry. If Shintu sees us later, he won't know what we did in here. Yang Kai stepped forward and wiped her eyes. His gentle movements and deep voice made Shuiyu's cheeks flush. The door to the hall opened with a bang, and Yang Kai and Shuiyu walked out one after another. Shintu and the other two, who were eavesdropping at the door, quickly jumped back and stood still, looking at Yang Kai and Shuiyu suspiciously. The next moment, Shintu's heart sank. He found that his third brother's eyes were slightly red at the moment, as if he had just cried. His handsome cheeks, which would make any woman jealous, still had a faint blush on them. Chapter 1898. Heavens! How could this be happening? What were the two of them doing in there? How could a demon-like existence like his third brother have such a bizarre performance? Shintu even saw a hint of seduction in Shuiyu's eyes. Shintu howled in his heart as he stared at Yang Kai in a completely different light. To the side, Li Nua and Aunt Chun were also dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Shuiyu obviously understood that these three had misunderstood, and the shyness in her eyes became even more obvious. Her eyes flickered, as if she had a guilty conscience. Brother Shintu, I'll be accompanying Shuiyu to Water Sky City. Oh. Shintu responded mechanically, not hearing what Yang Kai said at all. Then I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai smiled lightly and cupped his fists. I'll have to trouble brother Shintu to take care of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. After saying so, he signaled to Shuiyu with his eyes, and the two immediately summoned their respective star shuttles and flew off. It wasn't until the two figures disappeared that Shintu and the others, who were standing in place, suddenly recovered. Shintu slapped his thigh and said with a sad face, It's over. Third brother has no self-respect. How could he do such a thing? And brother Yang Ha? Aunt Chun and Li Nua also had similar expressions. It's over for me too. Shintu hugged his head in distress and squatted on the ground without a care for his image. Second young master, what does this have to do with you? Li Nua looked at him curiously. Brother Yang was brought here by me. If I had known that he had such a fetish, and that he was familiar with third brother, I would never have brought him to Water Moon Star even if I was beaten to death. Father always wanted me and third brother to get married as soon as possible, so that he could have an heir. But looking at third brother like this, how could he have an heir? Won't I have to shoulder this burden alone in the future? Shintu complained, showing a heavy expression. Li Nua smiled and said, As a son, having an heir is a matter of course, second young master. What are you so worried about? Shintu raised his head slowly. Looking at Li Nua seriously, he suddenly said, Then why don't you give birth to a child for me? Li Nua blushed and shot Shintu a disgruntled look before quickly running off. Shintu's shout came from behind. Do you agree or not? Say something. What are you running for? Aunt Chun shook her head. A helpless expression appeared on his face. Water Sky City was the most prosperous city on Water Moon Star, with the richest world energy aura. Any cultivator who wanted to enter would have to pay a considerable amount of Saint Crystals as a toll. But if one wanted to stay in the city, they would have to pay a large sum of Saint Crystals. A corresponding amount of Saint Crystals had to be paid. The entire Water Sky City was like a money-making machine, earning a lot of Saint Crystals every day. Shuiyu brought Yang Kai to Water Sky City, and did not need to show his identity. The cultivator guarding the door respectfully let them pass. At the same time, he looked at Yang Kai curiously. He didn't know what kind of person Yang Kai was. Surprisingly, he was walking together with the third young master of Shuiyu. They entered the city. Wherever Shuiyu passed, there would be constant screams from women. When they stopped to look at her, all of them had infatuated looks on their faces. There were even bolder women who wore revealing clothes and winked at her, showing off their flirtatious looks. However, most of the women looked shy as they quietly observed Shuiyu, revealing their yearning for love. There were even men who showed an infatuated look as they quietly looked at her. The rate of turning heads was as high as 90%. Shuiyu seemed to have long been accustomed to this. After winking at Yang Kai, she immediately flew into the air and flew towards the center of Water Sky City. Yang Kai held back his laughter and followed behind her. As soon as the two of them left, a guy rushed to the middle of the street with some scrolls and shouted, "Selling portraits of the third young master, drawn by a famous master. They are no different from the real person. With them, you can see the third young master day and night. With them, it is as if the third young master is by your side. 1,000 Saint crystals for one, buy quickly." As he spoke, he opened one of the scrolls with one hand. On the scroll, there was a person with a jade-like face, handsome face, holding a folding fan, white clothes like jade, and long hair like ink. Who else could it be but Shuiyu? The corners of Shuiyu's mouth were slightly raised, as if she was smiling at the person looking at the painting. In an instant, countless women swarmed up and surrounded the painting seller. There was no lack of men among them. "Give me one. I want two. Quick, hand over the money and hand over the goods. Here's 1,000 Saint crystals. Woo, give me one. My wife said that if I can't buy it this time, she won't let me enter the house. Woo, third young master, I hate you. Damn it. Who touched this old lady's breasts? Stand up for this old lady. You dare to do it but not admit it? What's all this noise? Father will buy these portraits." A burly man with a full beard pushed his Saint Chi and pushed everyone out before stuffing a space ring directly to the person selling the portraits. He then grabbed the rest of the portraits, swept his eyes around and coldly snorted, "You're just a bunch of mediocre women. How could someone of third young master's status be interested in you? Only a peerless hero, like me, is worthy of the third young master." Oh, up in the sky, Shuiyu staggered and almost fell. Although she had already flown quite far away, with her cultivation, she could still clearly hear the voice over there. She couldn't help but have goosebumps all over her body. Yang Kai looked at her curiously. "Every time you appear, do you cause such a disturbance?" More or less, Shuiyu looked helpless. "So under normal circumstances, I don't show up at all." Saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai faintly. "Is it funny?" "I'm not laughing." Yang Kai replied seriously. "Humph. If you dare laugh, I'll teach you a lesson. I'm really not laughing. Wahahaha." Jie bung. Shuiyu gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. At the very center of Water Sky City, the world energy was so dense that it was almost tangible. It was only a thread away from being transformed into threads of world energy. Here, there was a group of majestic palaces. This was the center of the entire Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. This was not only the center of power, but also the center of wealth. In the northwest corner of the palace complex, a burly man with a lion-like aura was frowning as he paced back and forth uneasily. From time to time, he would look outside, as if he was waiting for someone. Anxiety was written all over this man's face. His brow was furrowed, as if it would never disappear. There were some other people in the hall, and judging from their attire, they were a group of alchemists above origin grade. They were extremely noble existences anywhere, but none of these alchemists dared to speak, lest they upset the burly man. This man was none other than the master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, President Aio. Although the identity of an origin grade alchemist was noble, it couldn't be compared to the master of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. What's more, they couldn't do anything about the situation of the woman in the hall. They felt ashamed, so how could they take the initiative to ask for trouble? Aio was born with a bare waist and a tiger back. His huge body gave people a strong pressure. At this moment he was in a bad mood. Saint Chi fluctuations of a second-order origin king fluctuated from time to time, causing many alchemists in the hall to complain. But none of them dared to say anything. Suddenly, Aio stopped in his tracks. His eyes lit up as he looked outside. In the next moment his face lit up with joy. He hurried out and asked anxiously, "Is Grandmaster Zwida here?" In front of the hall, 2 streaks of light landed and revealed 2 figures. One was Shuiyu, and the other was Yang Kai. Hearing Aio's words, Yang Kai subconsciously looked back, but found no one behind him. Shuiyu, on the other hand, understood and quickly explained, "Father, it's not Grandmaster Zhuda. It's not Grandmaster Zhuda." Aio's face sank. He glanced at Yang Kai coldly, and immediately shouted at Shuiyu, "If it's not Grandmaster Zhuda, why did you bring him here? Where do you think this place is?" After being scolded by Aio, Shuiyu didn't dare to refute. She could only lower her head and apologize. "I'm sorry, father, but my friend is also an alchemist, so..." "Alchemist?" Aio's face relaxed a little. Only then did he look at Yang Kai again. When he noticed Yang Kai's cultivation, he was shocked. Second-order origin king. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as his. He looked again in disbelief. After confirming that he wasn't mistaken, he asked suspiciously, When did you have such a friend?" He was unfamiliar with Yang Kai's appearance. Although Shuiyu's aptitude was good, she was still just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. It was impossible for her to make friends with a second-order origin king. So he was very curious. "He is the one I told you about, Yang Kai," Shuiyu replied in a low voice, quietly observing the changes in Aio's expression as she answered. "Junior Yang Kai greets President Aio." Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted with a lukewarm greeting. Although he was a little unhappy that Shuiyu was reprimanded for no reason just now, the one standing in front of him was Shuiyu and Shintu's father after all, so he couldn't be rude. "Yang Kai." Aio frowned. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and whispered, "Are you that Yang Kai? It seems that President Aio knows something about me." Yang Kai frowned slightly. The change in Aio's expression made him feel that something was wrong. I know you very well," Aio responded in a deep voice. Suddenly, his Saint Chi burst out as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to capture Yang Kai alive. "Father." Shuiyu's face changed drastically. She didn't know why her father would attack Yang Kai as soon as he arrived. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He stretched out his hand and pushed Shuiyu aside while at the same time sending out a palm strike. Saint Chi surged from his palm and rotated like a nebula, containing an irresistible force. Kong. A loud noise rang out in the hall as the power of two origin kings collided in the void, stirring up a violent wind that swept out in all directions. After a short while, the dust settled and Yang Kai retreated 3 steps while Aio retreated 2 steps. In this confrontation, Aio had gained the upper hand. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.